Yeah, we can enter into this challenge too now. I think it starts today. It ends in 10 days. So yeah, we'll do that. All right, let me load everything up, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let's go over here. Let me move this text real quick. One moment, everybody. Let me copy this real quick. And I'm going to give you guys an interpretation, of course, as to what I would do, right? And I will go from there. Oh, God, I think I crashed it. Come on. Oh, no. Why is it copying like 10 things? It's like a whole train. Alright, it's not that bad. Alright, let me move this over. Alright, first things first, let's put this into a folder. Let's put this at the opening price. Alright, perfect. Alright, everybody. So, first things first, always put the reversal points on your screen. Once you put these reversal points on your screen, they allow you to see more structure. Fills in all the gray areas that you normally kind of trade in or may have a problem in or may have to average down on. And what these locations do is it narrows it down 3, 4, 5 locations throughout the day instead of it being the initial, unlimited or how most people think infinitely. But there's only a certain amount of trades every single day. Of course, it's not just one or two. Some days there's like one main trade or two main trades, right? But most of the time, you're going to have about 50 to like 150 different like SPY trades in a single day. So think about it like that. You have about 150 SPY trades throughout the day. So you can take your time with it, really. You could do things at a very slow pace, nibble, 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 and then over time, once a person gets to a certain safety net, they're more able to basically just spread out their wealth, right? Of course, it applies to your ideas and what you want to invest in for the future, right? It all applies to what your ideas are. But once you narrow it down and you get an idea, with these charts, again, with enough scalping and enough back and forth action, you'll get into a certain habit of having 6 to 7 trades a day. So it's kind of a lot. It's more than normal. But again, because you're scalping, you're making the same amount as somebody using their whole account and just getting like a 50%, 25% trade, So it's way safer. You're basically always using less of your account to make a certain amount, and you're doing it a couple times throughout the day, not just one time. And it stacks up. Think about it like this, right? If I have $50 and on Monday I just make $20, that means Tuesday I'll have $70. Correct, everybody? Now, watch this. If I have $20 or $50, right? Initially, before I had the whole entire 50, I used it and I made only up to 70, right? Just in case if it was going to fall, I didn't want to risk too much. So the second I got 50%, I just took profit, let's just say, right? If you just took profit the second that occurred, the first thing you want to look out for is another scenario, which was just simply you using less money, right? So you can have a scenario where there was a $20 trade that ended up going to 40, which was the strike price right below yours. So again, with just $20, I made another 20, right? I have another $30 I could use now. With the other 20, let's say I make only 50%, $10. Now that's 30, right? The last $10, I make only $4, $3, right? $33. I basically made more capital than a person that's using their whole entire account, and in one trade, when they only got 50%, I had 3 trades, and I got basically almost double what they collected in terms of profit. You do that 3 days, 4 days in a row, and all of a sudden your account goes from 50 to 100, then to 400, then to 600, and very quickly it starts to breach into the thousands, and that's really what you want, because once you get into the thousands, truly that's when the real change happens, you know? Because now you can make 200 a day, 150 a day, and you just keep stacking it up. Just keep going for the small gains. It sounds annoying, but let me tell you, it is the safest way to trade. It makes it so that, you know what I mean? As I'm trading, I've never had really any massive losses doing this, you know? At least while trading like this. Because again, I'm only putting X amount of my account, 10%, 8%, right? And I'm trying to make 4%, 3%. So I don't know. Maybe you guys take a little look at how I'm going, you know, throughout the trading session. You guys can see what I'm writing down. You guys can see what's written in the Discord, of course. And with that information, just use it to enlighten yourself, right? And make your own decisions, of course. All right, everybody. So, Intel 40 puts. Let's go take a look at Intel. We got into a nice trade on Intel last week. This was the second Intel trade that we got into. The first one, we ended up hitting 100%, and then we sold it for, I believe, like 40%, 50%. Because it hit 100%, we weren't watching it, and then it just fell right back down, so then we just sold it. By the way, I'm still a little sick, everybody, so I apologize. Voice is a little gone. But yeah, so Intel, right now we're still holding the puts. They're break even right now. So we're just going to give it another day. And we'll see how this goes tomorrow. If not, towards the end of the day, we'll see if we start dropping out the sky here. For SPY, the one thing we want to look for is you potentially, because look at it like this, right? This is literally how I look at the market every day, every single time. Friday, we hit number 4 before we fell down to number 1, right? So the first thing I'm thinking right now is if it hits number 1 and holds, you might just run up to number 4 again. But do the opposite, you know what I mean? Do number 1 first and then do number 4. So what we could do here is we can get to some calls right now, right? You guys could use your paper accounts, right? Remember, trade with fake money. Don't trade with real capital until you start getting comfortable with your own ideas and styles. Until then, just paper trade and just, you know, tag along, you know, see how things work. Okay, so we're looking at the SPY right now. I'm looking at 686 calls right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a little piece of some of these 686 calls. I'm going to personally get into this trade off of an area in between 1 and 1.5, right? Which again is about like a C plus setup. It's kind of like more of your, it's like a bronze level setup, you know what I mean? Like it could work out. It tends to yield good profit. But these trades, I never usually put like, you know, more than 6% of my account, 4%, 5%, just in case, right? And then you want to make like 2%, and then just keep stacking it up with the quick trades. So yeah, we're going to post this to the Discord. Give me one moment. The Intel trade is up 10% now, $200. We were just break even a couple seconds ago. The SPY trade is up 4% now. So remember, everybody that just joined the Discord, if you're looking for any of my ideas of when, you know, like I'm trying to get into a trade off of one of the trading styles, or I'm trying to test something, or basically show you like a little demonstration as to how I go about doing things. Whenever you guys see the silo trades category. That's where I post everything. So this is going to be trade number 1 when it comes to options. And in terms of futures, we've traded about, I think, 26 times today. So 26 to like 30. So this is like trade number 30, 31, you could say. 31, 30, somewhere around there. You'll wait for a lower reversal point. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. Come on now, everybody. Remember, patience does reward way more than you making money at that one moment, you know? Because, like, you never know when you're going to crash or when something massive is going to come out in terms of news and it's going to accelerate the market and make something crazy happen, like a $10 day, and your option is now $8 away from being in the money, you know what I mean? So to avoid that stuff, what I would tell you guys is, yeah, always try to wait for the lower reversal points. And always make sure you only put a certain amount of money every time, right? Again, that if that's what you're looking for. That's how I go about doing things. I never put more money as I'm making money. I put less because it's just safer, you know? It's more controlled and regulated. And it tends to allow your emotions to actually correctly judge, you know, anything further. No, yeah, so last time we traded NVIDIA, we turned $60 into... I forgot. Let me go check. I have it here posted somewhere. I'll show you guys right now. But yeah, we're just looking for big trades on NVIDIA. This doesn't look like an area where I would buy yet. For like weekly scalps, I mean, yeah, you could buy here, but not yet. I want to see it continue upward. I want to see it run up to the sky, end up falling somewhere, you know, down here, and then potentially once you go up to here and you fall down to here, we could buy up to continue heading up higher. Because you gotta always correctly judge and gauge the trend, right? So let's go find that NVIDIA chart. NVDA. By the way, how was everybody's weekend? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Was it this one? Okay, yeah, there you go. So yeah, look at this, everybody. We paid $30. We bought 2 of them for $60 total. This is on January 24th. The next day, or no, this is the 24th. This was on Friday. The 27th or 28th was on Monday, which was this here. Look at my option. Look how many days I had out. I had till February 7th. So I had about 2.5 weeks out. I paid only $30, and I turned that into $700 each. That's the type of trades that I like for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's my go-to, you know, like 1,000% trade, 2,000% trade. But we tend to not force it, which is why we only do it every so often, once a month, once every couple months. Our last NVIDIA trade was kind of insane, actually. We bought it over here. Let me show you guys. It was in August when you were at the bottom of 170. Yeah, right around here. We bought down here, and the same day you ended up running up to... Oh, no, was it this day? Or was it this day? It was one of these days here, these sharp days. Oh, no, right here, right here. There you go. We bought this right here at like 175. We bought a 177. It was around $30. It ran instantly up to 179. We sold it for around $100. We threw 30 back into the puts just in case it was going to collapse. It kept running up all day. And by the end of the day, the first option we hopped into was around $700. So what I realized was those types of trades can also happen during the day. If SPY is showing you that something massive can happen, right? That's when we get into NVIDIA. So right now, SPY, we're playing the upside, yeah, but we're not really looking for anything too massive, you know? Just a slow, tiny climb to the upside, really. And as it starts to climb a little bit higher and higher, we just got to be very careful. So That's when you want to start looking for potential insurance plays, right? To watch your back just in case if you have some money on the board. If any of your ideas are pointing towards the upside. So like at, let's just say 696, me personally, I'm going to be hopping into a 200 to 150 day put on SPY for you to fall down to 650 again. But that's only once you hit 690. And then once you run up higher, like let's just say the market keeps running up higher, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for 740, and then I'm going to hop into another put for you to fall down to 700. And this one, I'm going to try to see if I can spend around 800 to 1,000, just like last time, and try to see if we could sell it for 7,000, right? Just like when the SPY crashed in February of the 21st of 2025 because of the tariffs. Those trades that we ended up getting into were 1,000 days out, $1,000, and yeah, they all 5x'd. And it was pretty insane. Actually, you know what was kind of funny? You know what was kind of weird now that I think about it? Most options that were like 3 months out from that point when we bought at the top, like in terms of the puts falling out the sky, most of those options didn't really gain value until you actually started collapsing below 550. Once you went to the 540s, that's when value started to instantly get shot into the contracts. And it was kind of funny because, you know, you would fall $40, $30, the market would barely have your contracts increase to a certain extent, right? The next day you would open up 100%, 200% higher. 30 minutes go by, you lose that whole entire percentage, and then it starts traveling against you again. The puts, like, for some reason are so weird in terms of how you claim profit. That's most of the time, like, the reason as to why I don't claim profit on puts and calls the same way. It's slightly different for both of them, just due to the fact that puts are instinctively, like, logically, like in your brain, it kind of messes with things a little bit when you look at how the performance is. And then when you actually break down the psychology of it, yes, there is an actual weird little pattern that, you know, that comes with you being up on a put when you know the market is 80% and 70% bullish throughout, you know, all historical standards, right? Since the 1990s, where has the SPY went? It's went up, right? So that means the market is mostly bullish. Let's say the SPY was lower than '08, I would have been like, yeah, then, you know, it could be also bearish, right? It's half and half, kind of. I had years of it running and years of it falling and being at a low. But do you guys see what I'm trying to say now? Like, every market is mostly bullish for the most part. Unless it's like a new company that's not really, you know, that cemented into the industry yet. Because then, of course, they could be taken by wind, like early Tesla, early EV companies, early bioscience companies. You guys know what I'm talking about. Those are the ones that move really wild. Those are nice to trade, of course, but you kind of want something that's more logical, something that's more repetitive, not just a random, you know, 10x that happens once a month. So yeah, that's what I'm telling you guys. Just focus on the small trades. As soon as you're profitable, just take the profit. And it will reduce so many losses, I kid you not. And yeah, that's pretty much all. Wait, how's everybody's day going so far? I didn't hear nobody say nothing. What's going on over there? Intel, we're up 60%. We're up $1,200 now. Being patient was very rewarding, everybody. I want to sell this from like 60 to 90, but I might just sell it right now, you know. That's a free $1,200. So yeah, I'm just gonna sell that. Wait, before you sell it, always look at the chart. That almost was a mistake right there. So this is what you got to do. I'm taking you into a live variation of this. So yeah, look at this, everybody. Collapsing right back down. You're not even at 39, and yet we're up 65% now, 1,300. All right, everybody, put your stop losses. Looks like it might start holding here. Don't make me turn on the damn disco ball right now. It's too early. I still haven't got situated yet. All right, everybody, we stopped out. We bought it for $36 each the other day, and we sold it for $60 each right now. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, that was an excellent Intel trade. Remember, we've never ever taken a loss on Intel. Don't forget that. All right, everybody. So we took profit on Intel. Remember, I repeat, we took profit on Intel. Let's go ahead and post this to Mumu now. Let's also fix this other trade from Friday. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, and then let me post this one as well to Mumu. Boom, boom, boom. Moving like the speed of light. So cause say it back. What's today's date? Like the 8th or something? 7th? 8th. 8th. Okay. Okay, excellent. Boom. So that's done. And then let's post the Intel trade. When did we buy into this? I forgot, like 2 days ago, right? Or Friday? Something like that? Oh, I see it now. We bought it at 10 on the 5th. We bought this trade on the 5th at 10:50 a.m. and we paid $36 each. On the morning of December 8th, 2025, we opened up at break even, which is a very consistent thing the market does before it yanks into either direction. Which once it did yank into one of the directions, we ended up being up 63% while you were still two whole dollars away from being in the money. The price fell down to 40 flat. Our strike price was 39. So to keep up our perfect win rate for Intel and to ensure that we never take a loss on this ever, what we're going to do here is we're going to give Intel another 2 days, and then we're going to try to get a strike price that's even closer, and we're going to keep rinsing and repeating the same ideas. Until one of our plays end up being down a little bit more abnormally as compared to any of the other Intel plays we got into. Meaning we'll need to average down, and if that occurs, we'll go back to the drawing board, fix whatever inconsistencies may have popped up, and get back into the game. I wrote that all on Siri. Okay, so let me make sure this is... I'm just going to send this at first and then I'm gonna spell check it after everybody. I apologize if the words are a little off. I just want to send this quickly. Okay, so boom. Intel sold, that's done. Now let me read it. So to keep up our perfect win rate for Intel and to ensure that we never take a loss on this ever, what we're going to do here is we're gonna give, let me fix that. We're gonna give, then we're gonna try to get a strike price even closer, and we're gonna keep rinsing and repeating the same ideas until one of our plays end up being down a little bit more abnormally as compared to any of the other Intel plays we got into, meaning we need to average down, and if that occurs, we'll go back to the drawing board and fix whatever inconsistencies may have popped up and get back into the game. Excellent. That sounds like a really good plan to me. All right, let me read the first one now. That's all good. On the morning of December 8th, we opened up at break even, which is a very consistent thing the market does before it yanks into either direction, which once it did yank into one of the directions, we ended up being up 63%. While you were still $2 whole away from being in the money, the price fell down to 40 flat. Our strike price was 39. There you go. That's going to teach everybody for the future now. Whenever you're buying these trades, everybody wait for the prices to get really cheap throughout the week and then literally attack it when it's like Friday, you know what I mean? Like it's moving so small and so tiny. And then look at today. You went from one side of the aisle to the other aisle basically. So you kind of don't really want to, like when I buy and sell, I kind of don't like buying in here, you know what I mean? So when we bought on Friday, we actually bought literally perfectly right here at the top, right? So when we bought perfectly right there at the top, the idea was since it was near the top end, we could continue to play the downside going further, which it looks like this is the case. So everybody, this is what we're going to do here because it looks like Intel might go down to my circle down here. If this thing falls below Friday's pre-market open, like that low right there, we're potentially going to hop into another play just to see like maybe like $10, you know what I mean? Like something small. We'll try to see if there's anything really cheap. If not, we'll just wait and then try to see if we can hop into a call if this gets really red. Because if it just holds at the bottom of the trend here, like think about it like this. This is like where all the buyers are at, you know what I mean? Let me tone up the color here. So yeah, this is like where all the buyers are at right now. So I can see you getting bought up here. And then potentially just swinging up here too. I mean, maybe we could play something real quick right now. Let me post this first because let's not let stuff get out of hand. Okay, let me read what you guys are posting in the YouTube chat. You're up 50% on the Intel puts. Excellent, everybody. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so you makes me want to close profit. Excellent. You're going to hold this 40. Well, remember, everybody, you got to start claiming profit. At least put a stop loss if you're making, capital. Never let anything run, even if it's a paper trade, right? Even if it's fake money, never build these inconsistent, patterns that usually yield losses, right? So like whenever I go up, like for example, if you guys trade futures and you guys are not selling your trades the second you're going up $500, $600, I kid you not, you will lose every single account. So you got to get used to being able to sell something and make almost no money. And over time, through the consistency of you buying at those areas and making it so, repetitive, it allows you to establish a safety net. Because remember, that's the most important thing here. A safety net. A safety net, a safety net, a safety net. You said just give another day? Excellent. You sold the Intel puts a little bit over 50%. Excellent. It's a mistake to sell now. Do your thing. If you're going to hold overnight, do your thing. Again, you guys heard what I said. There's no need to repeat it. So do your thing. And then tomorrow we're gonna see if there's anything else for like Tesla or Nvidia. But for now, we're just looking for a quick little scalp to the upside if we're gonna do anything today. Of course, remember, this is not financial advice, ladies and gentlemen, for education purposes only, right? Trade at your own risk. Make sure you understand that. Looks like you're holding perfectly on Intel right now. Okay, so again, everybody, if you're gonna go for an Intel trade here, remember one strikeout. We're gonna give it 30 more minutes. We'll wait for 10:30 because it's still really early. I want to see how this consolidates and how it loses value over the next 30 minutes. And then, yeah, just always go extremely close, you know? Never go far because when you go far, it's more risky, it's more dangerous, it's more. When you go close, it's, of course, it's still risky because it's an option, and options tend to lose value even if you are choosing the correct direction. So even if you're in the right direction and the idea is going your way, I've had so many consistent losses where if I didn't buy at the right time, like 10:30 or 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, where there's these certain patterns that are created at these, moments. Just like, look at Thursday, for example. You're at the high over here, right? It's extremely one-sided the whole day, but if you look at these drops, where are the drops at, right? 10 o'clock. And then look over here. Where's the next peak? By 10:30, right? And then look at this drop down here. 1 o'clock, perfectly. And then look over here. 1:30 is the top. And then look down here. 3:30 is the bottom. So that's why I have you guys buy at these moments, right? Whenever you're practicing and you're trying to absorb my styles and absorb my ideas so that whenever you're ready to start going for the playoffs, you know what I mean? Whenever you're ready to test yourselves and your ideas, you're basically perfectly able to understand what's going on around you. It's like you're not being taken by storm, really. That's what really kills a trader, by the way, is a person that goes into a vegetable state when they see something really go against them, and then they just bite their teeth and just hold it. You know what I mean? You got to start getting into the groove of just selling out for a loss. Who cares? That's all you have to do. Sell out for a loss. Get back to the drawing board. See how you can make the next trade better. And then just keep bouncing back and forth, back and forth. So yeah, let's take a look at the SPY options now. I think we gave it enough time here. Oh yeah, we forgot to post the Intel. Let me post that. All right, everybody. Remember, we're still inside of our first idea, which we bought in slightly below number 1. Currently, right now, you fell down to number 2. You didn't hold on the first one, and it's, run right back up to number 4, which was the opposite of Friday. So now, first thing you want to do here is look at Thursday, of course. Then we're going to look at Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday of last week, and we're going to start to arrange, just more ideas, more concepts in terms of trades, ideas, right? Let's just say nobody planned over the weekend, right? And let's just say somebody had a rough weekend, right? Family was crazy. They had no personal time. They couldn't fix their charts. If they just popped on to the screen right now and they had to, of course, go back and forth with some of these trades, what would they do? Like, what would be the first trade they would get into if they're not trying to have a massive loss, but they want to make sure they can make good money every day, right? A couple ideas, of course. Of course, your ideas are mostly personalized to oneself. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you my own interpretation as to what I would do. And you guys could build off of that, right? In your own ways. Okay, so first thing, right? We had the reversal points obviously up, right? We could see that you fell down to 685. You held for a minute. Now, how long did you hold? Well, that's about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. Okay. The reason why I asked that question is because if you look at the top right, in terms of this trading style, if you read number 5. If number 2 holds for 15 minutes, you tend to skip straight through number 3 and go to number 4 on the same side. So what I want to see here is, because you were above number 2 for more than 15 minutes, if you cannot hold on number 2 right here, I would like to see you fall down to number 4 down here. So first thing you want to do is, the second it starts making a new low, potentially look at some insurance plays for downside, just for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because what we're looking for is the trend to finish, right? And then we want to see what the other side has to offer. We're already playing the other side, of course. We're already inside of a trade. But while it goes against you, it doesn't stop a person from playing the other side, while they're still losing money. It's okay to do that, but just don't put too much money. So like, let's just say if I have $1,000 in the calls, if I'm trying to play puts, I'll play literally like $50 to like $80 each one. And I'll try to make like $30 to like $60 each trade. If not, I'll put like 120, you know what I mean? Make a tiny bit more if I am confident, if I trust my ideas. Maybe even 150, but not more than that, That's when you start potentially having a scenario where if the market just dies or just kills value at that one moment, where like you don't move up or down, you just move 60 cents, right? And you shimmy and shake for like an hour, that will kill both sides. So you just joined. Okay, so we just posted on Moomoo right now. So remember, everybody, whenever you get a chance, make sure you guys follow the Moomoo community, which is the only other place that I post the trades besides the private Discord, of course. So again, just follow me there and you'll see all the trades. You'll see everything go up. We have like a nice little community chat. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Okay, we posted this everywhere now. Damn, a lot of you made money with that Intel play. My goodness. That literally, that Intel play covers the whole entire first SPY trade. So it's so funny. It's like, as long as you guys always have these ideas in the background, Intel, Nvidia, Unity, Tesla, it literally always covers you no matter what's happening, you know? Even if your 0 days are down for the moment, and let's just say we had to average down a little bit later today, because now we're down about 30%. So it was pretty much the same thing on Tuesday of last week and Wednesday, when we were down about 30 to like 90%, and then we averaged down and then hopped out for 10 to 20%. That was like our lowest gain all of last week, I believe. I could be wrong. I think it was the 10% trade, because I don't think we sold anything for less than 10% last week. But yeah, so like we ended up being down 90%. We went up 10%, got rid of it just to make sure that we didn't have to take any losses. And last week was perfect, no losses. 6 to 7 trades a day with options. Same thing with futures. There was no losses besides one gold trade on the main account. The loss was pretty gigantic. You know, it was a pretty hefty loss. You know, I got thrown off the top of a building basically. But it was perfect because the loss was some of the meat shield that we had developed over the past couple days. So we ended up losing around 20,000. But last night we just made around 9,000. So we pretty much made everything from, you could say last week, it's like we're break even with the 20K loss. Because on Monday we made 6K. On Tuesday we made $150. On Wednesday we didn't trade. On Thursday we ended up making 6K. So that was around 10. Just that one day. Minus... yeah, so you could say I canceled out the whole entire week's gains with one trade at the end of the day. And there was no potential opportunity for a profit. It was literally, you get in, straight out the sky. So what I'm trying to do is here, I'm trying to develop a way so that, you know, as people are learning how to trade futures, if there was an opportunity for me to be down 20K, even though I didn't lose my account, of course, because I still have a lot more capital, of course, it's like, I don't want that to happen to anybody. So what I'm trying to think about, or what I was thinking about over the weekend, was if we trade gold, right? You know how we've been trading with like 5 contracts, like really heavy? So what I was thinking about doing was literally just trading with either 5 MGC contracts, like micro gold, or trading with 1 gold, and it will allow for more opportunities for us to be down, even if we're just looking for little scalps. Because that's the idea here. That's the reason why, for example, let me show you this account here. That's the only reason why this account made $9,000 today. Because if you look at my screen, I was back and forth with little trades, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You know, and I ended up making pretty much almost everything back. And now you're way down here. All right. This is what we're going to do. We're going to hop into a trade here. If we're down more than 3K, I'm just going to sell it. So it's either 3K, I'm down. This is the first time you guys see me put a stop loss, but it's only because I don't want to watch this. And this is an extreme low. We're up 650 already. All right, boom. Stop loss is set. Now we can't take a loss no more. This is literally how you trade futures, everybody. This is the only way. We're up 800 already. $1,000 right there. We just made. Just like that. So now, should I hop into a put? And the answer is hell no. Now you literally just give it a second. Give it like 5 minutes, come back to this, and then we'll go for another scalp like that. That was off at number 3 too, so that was perfect on the SPY. And then if you hit number 4 or 5, we might get into an ES trade on the futures, you know what I mean? You can still make some really good capital with that. Okay, everybody. But not yet hitting 100% sold in and took profit already, but not yet hitting 100%. Market might get choppy into FOMC, no. No, yeah, that's normally how markets are. But remember, everybody, last 3 FOMCs, I want you guys to go ahead and look at my live videos. Watch how we traded. In fact, let me put a whole catalog of all my videos from all the FOMCs right now while we wait for the SPY trade. Because, again, we already made money with Intel. We made money with the futures. I made half of everything I lost on Friday. in one day, and I still have 4 more days to make money. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. We didn't lose those other accounts. We're not going to trade with those other accounts right now because the market's open. So we're going to wait for 7 o'clock. And then after 7 o'clock, we're going to trade with the other accounts that we bought that we're trying to get funded for. Well, I guess we can't get funded on those. You're mostly just taking out withdrawals. So we're gonna try to basically see if I could take out around 4 to 5 withdrawals. Because if I can take out 4 to 5 withdrawals on 4 accounts or 5 accounts, think about it. That's 5K a week times 4, or 5 accounts. Sorry. So 5 times 5, that's 25K a week, and over the course of 4 weeks, that's 100K, right? So that's the price of my apartment. That's the price of me wanting to move out. Again, all you guys are watching this like as this is the beginning. This is like the start to everything, you know? So that includes moving. That includes, you know, going on vacations with you guys, setting up the school, setting up the Discord. This is basically still the beginning, honestly. So for those of you back there, don't feel left out. Don't feel like it's too late. Don't feel like you missed out on anything, because there's going to be a lot more trades. Come on now. A lot more ideas, a lot more concepts, a lot more fun moments, right? Because that's all we could do at this point, is just keep building. Keep building and building and building. And while all the, you know, chaotic stuff is occurring in the background, we're acknowledging it, of course, because you can't just, you know, live in your own world. But at the same time, we're being mindful of our own emotion and making sure that we're not letting that thing go out of hand, you know? We're not getting lost in the sauce, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah. But yeah, around FOMC, markets usually get choppy the days beforehand. And then on FOMC, it's like it's like you're going to a water park. Just think about it like that. Do you guys like water parks? I don't know about y'all, but I love water parks. Let me tell y'all. And when I go to a water park, I'm gone. As soon as I get inside, it's over. I'm going on everything. Imagine it just like that, right? It's like the ultimate fun moment type of thing. Sorry, I don't have a better analogy, but that worked for now. Okay, so again, we're in the calls on SPY. You're at a good green level where it says to buy calls for you to potentially run up to the tippity top. If you just continue to curve downwards, it's perfectly fine, of course. We're just going to watch yesterday's lows because you're still holding on it. So let's just say it wants to go down lower. It's going to look something like this here. And then boom, right? And then boom. So then I would hop into a put. After it falls down to here, runs up, and then I'll hop into a put like right here for you to go down even more. But I'll only put like a certain amount just in case, you know what I mean? It wants to run up higher because I still have swing plays for you to run into the 700s. Ever since you hit 650, everybody bought into the calls at the bottom. All the way down here. You'll see all my buys. Yeah, see? So we pretty much bought on this day when you were falling out the sky. So yeah, we were red this whole entire day pretty much. Like we bought here red, bought here red. We bought the days before. But we ended up selling that here. So in the morning, we ended up having some extra money because we bought down here. And we told everybody, we're like, yo, if you do not get above the halfway point, this thing might just fall to the bottom and fall out. So as it was going to our buying points, we started buying at first King's Point. Then, of course, the next King's Point. And then, of course, the last couple King's Point levels. So we bought 2 times basically above the initial King's Point levels from the left. And then we bought below them as well, average down. The next day we were up, kept holding, kept holding, kept holding, kept holding. And then right here, when you ran into 671, we sold out basically over here somewhere. 681, sorry. So that was about like a $30 run up. And then we still have some calls for you to run in the 700s. So you see I was like slowly tilting upwards. Usually when it does this right before FOMC, I'm not going to lie to y'all. Let's pause the music for a second here. Okay, so this is very serious. Usually every single time you do this before FOMC. Okay. First, let me give you my opinion, right? I'm going to explain what they do. I'm going to give you my opinion. And then I'm going to say what's the logical conclusion as to what one could do if they're, just new to the game and they're trying to get used to FOMC. The first thing, every single time 2 weeks prior to FOMC, the trend that's going to occur on FOMC is already coordinated through the days from beforehand. So as you guys know, it's only 2 days to FOMC. So all the price action that was occurring from, basically now to the last 2 weeks, look at it, study it, see what happened. For example, let's look at my calendar here so we can actually have everybody look at it at the same time. 1 week ago, okay, so FOMC is going to be on Wednesday, which means on the 26th of November, that's when things start getting a little dicey. So on the 26th of November, right, you can say that's about 2 weeks, yeah, but that's only 10 days. You kind of want to go, so you can say, let's say the 19th to the 26th, let's just say, right? So the 26th, you were up here already. The 19th, you know what I mean? You were basically falling towards the low. And this is what I want you to pay attention to. Because about 2 weeks prior, 14 days, not 2 trading weeks, which is just 10 days. So 14 days total, which is, I guess, basically 2.5 weeks of trading. The market was at a low, and you continue to run up into FOMC. So it went from down to up, right? Which means if FOMC comes out and it's any type of a shocker and Powell wants to literally, just destroy things or throw everybody for a little chaotic spin, what's going to happen is you're going to grab the top, you're going to grab the bottom, and the market's going to end up hitting the midpoint instantly. So you're going to end up crashing at 668, which means I could see this market running up by FOMC to 688, 691, and I kid you not, you're literally just going to crash straight down to the 660s again. If that occurs, the first thing I want you all to do is not buy calls at all. Do not buy a single thing. The only way I'm going to let you potentially look into an opportunity for your paper trades, again, notice my language, everybody. I'm going to have to start controlling how I speak just because it's for the benefit of us all, right? So when I say paper trade, it's to your own discretion, right? Remember, this is not financial advice. This is all educational, right? So this is completely at your own discretion. Please understand that. It's going to be written on every single chart, as it's written on my YouTube thumbnails, as it's written on the SPY chart that we're using today, right? Not financial advice, of course, everybody. So recognize that. Now, having said that, let's get right back into it. In terms of where the SPY is, yes, I'm looking for you to collapse straight down to 668 because of Powell, honestly. That's what I'm looking for. The only thing that could be different here is if the market finally wants to go into the 670s because it's holding real nicely here. And every time you do that, you blast through another level. So like look at it here, right? You were stuck over here, blasted straight through the top, and then you started holding up here now. With, of course, the random drops to the floor of the last lows, which is from down here. But as long as you can get above this midpoint, you could potentially see the market run into 694, and then, yeah, 705, 715. And this is where I'm looking to play the puts. So let's say if Powell makes the market just shoot up into the sky, I'm going to automatically buy puts at this location right there. And then if Powell makes it fall down, right, just like over here, we did not buy into this call play last time because I was looking for it to hold on top of this. So yes, if you do fall in here now, I'm looking to buy. So what I'm going to do is take out the X and put a question mark, and then I'm going to have to fix it after. Question mark, yep. Because we didn't get into plays over here. And then you know how the SPY ran up to 680s? We bought the puts here because we planned for it. You might be like, how did you plan for it? It's because these purple boxes are copied from August 1st to the 15th. So I copied this box a bunch of times, and then the market literally just keeps following it. It's so stupid, but yeah, it's so funny. It makes it so simple, because then you don't got to really do nothing. I literally plan like on Saturday and Sunday, I'll plan with the whole group for like 4 or 5 hours, and we'll plan for like the next 4 weeks in terms of entries or ideas. And it usually works out every time. Usually. With the, with the 1 or 2 variables of a SPY 0 day like today. But again, we're still down from the first trade we got into on SPY. Let's go take a look at how much we're down on right now. Okay, so on the trade with SPY, we paid for everything 1,160. Currently, the total price is around $58. In terms of a low you just hit right now, the low is, yeah, around 50. And then if you potentially bounce back up to number 2 or 1.5, you're going to be at 70. So we're going to have to average down the second you hit around the 40s to like high 30s, which should be around number 4. So again, let this consolidate a little bit more. We're going to let a little bit more value be lost on the calls that we bought. Where did we bought the calls, everybody? We bought the calls at the C plus setup. Why? Because that's a consistent thing everybody does. So what we're going to do here is trade in terms of what normally people would do, right? Like what's the consistent way a new trader would trade, right? Like how would their mind be thinking? Well, in terms of them following the trading styles, the first thing they would think about is when you hit a reversal point, you basically get into an option, right? Simply put. So number 1 is like a C setup. Number 1.5 is like a C plus setup. Number 2 is like a B setup. Number 3 is like a B plus. Number 4 is like a A. And number 5 is like a A plus setup. Think about it like that when you get into your entries. Always think about it like that. And in fact, you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna have a new video on these trading styles tonight. I'm gonna improve this, the reversal points again, because I'm literally gonna write reversal point here, reversal point 4, and then this is gonna be A and A setup, so you guys can understand the difference in these setups, because they're not all the same, you know. That's why, for example, sometimes you guys see me put like 10,000 into the trades, or like sometimes I'm only putting 1,000. It's for, you know, like moments like this, because like it's impossible for the market to really do something that's really against me unless it just falls out the sky, of course. But think about it. FOMC's in 2 days. We're not looking for a large move right now. Consistently, from what we've seen before, there's usually only like mid-size to like regular moves the day before or 2 days before. Usually the market doesn't choose a massive direction until the day of. So with that knowledge leading all of our ideas as well as the trades, the first thing we have is just a nice little layer of confidence that we could work with, right? And that's what matters, right? Just you staying composed. But realistically, logically, unless you're delusional, you can only stay composed if things actually look like they're correct, you know? You don't want to lie to yourself, because then you're training your subconscious to get into the bad trades or act on impulse, and you know, that's kind of not really how you should trade, because it'll get you into a couple dicey scenarios where you have to, it's like you're in war now, you know what I mean? You guys ever felt like that, where you get into a trade and you're like, ah, damn, I should have waited a little bit more, because now I'm fighting with this thing. It's going back and forth, and it gets to the point where it's such a headache, you know? Welcome, everybody. So you said not hitting 100%. So yeah, for Intel, we just sold it for 60%. Take what you can get, you know what I mean? Yeah, we talked about getting 100%. Yeah, I told everybody that the other day. But screw it. Sell it for 60%. Make sure everybody knows. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? And then we're also going to post it on the Patreon as well. That's also another thing. All my trades will be starting to be posted on the Patreon as well for leaps. So all my leap plays, 6 months out, 9 months out, even if they're up or down, doesn't matter. I'm going to post all of them. And right now, as it stands, I have over 50 different contracts for the next year to 2 years. So it includes Snapchat. It includes Intel. Actually, no, we sold the Intel. We sold it when you hit 33s. The only one I have, we have SMCI. We don't have Unity. We sold Unity. We have, what's that Donald Trump stock? DJT, Target, AMD, Palantir. What else? We sold the Microsoft. I gotta take a look at all the accounts. But yeah, I'm gonna put it all together nice and neat today, and I'm gonna post it just so we can go over that. And then boom, that's done. We sold Intel. We're still in the SPY. We're gonna average down on that next. We told everybody we were gonna create a catalog of all of our videos from FOMC because I kind of want you guys to watch this over the next 2 days. Like literally, just watch how we traded on FOMC every single time. So let's go to my YouTube channel. Let's go to view channel. Let's go to my videos. And then in my videos, let's go to, where do I have to go? Manage videos. Okay, go to manage videos. And then the first thing we're gonna do is go to live videos. And then I had to fix all these copyright strikes. Actually, wait, let me see if I can fix this one real quick. You guys want to see how you had to fix it? You have to go like this, literally. You have to click it and then go to copyright. Video copyright. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's... Abort mission. That's too much videos. It's gonna take like 30 minutes just to clean one video. So yeah, that video is clipped. I'm gonna have to delete that off the channel. Yeah, it's gonna take me like 3 weeks just to... Unfortunately, we can make it members only actually. So we'll just make it members only for now until I fix it. What is this? Please tell me it's only like one song. Okay, 2 songs. Okay, we'll take action. Replace song. You got okay. So you got to erase song. You click continue, and then you press save, and then acknowledge, and then confirm changes, and then it works behind the scenes, and it'll take the song off. I gotta wait like 30 minutes, and then I come back to it, and then I gotta take this one out. And then yeah, it's such an annoying process. I'm telling you, but it's whatever. Okay, so the last FOMCs, I actually have a chart here somewhere. Where is it? Jackson Hole, this chart here. Okay, so on this chart, I write down every single FOMC that's gonna happen. So of course I had to December. Oh my god, you guys heard that? I just said I had to December. What I had to do is update everything after December was what I was trying to say. And so yeah, the last FOMC was right up here, everybody. October 29th, which was one of the reasons as to why I told basically everybody that I was getting everybody into, or why I told everybody I was getting into the puts myself, right? So again, we got into the options here. You fell down a couple days later. We ended up selling it somewhere at the 670s, if not high 660s, somewhere around here. We went long again down here, sold it here, went short up here because you were by the previous high and it looked really weak. It looked like you were actually going to fall down lower, which you did. So then we played puts here. You fell down to here. We went long down here, as you guys know, last week or 2 weeks ago. Sold it on Thursday. And then as you fell down on Thursday, bought more. Sold everything over here on Wednesday. And then we have a few more plays up, like up for here if you run up. So like if SPY runs up to like right here basically. And then we're going to play some puts for you to fall down to there. That's what my brain is thinking right now. I just want to see if this thing's going to gap up because of FOMC. That's the only thing that would tell me this thing wants to get out. Or like that's basically the one main thing that could help save the market right now. Think about it like that. Literally, Powell could just gap you up into a whole new area. Just like how he did it last year in November. Let me show you guys. So look at last year in November. We had basically FOMC on November 6th right here. So because FOMC was over here in September, do you guys see how the market ran up before FOMC? So because the market fell down before FOMC, I hopped into a call last year in September in 2024. Perfectly predicted the market running up, which was awesome. And then over here to the right side, because the market fell down and you copied what happened in August and, to September, we hopped into the calls again. And those things were up like 1,000, 2,000% here. It was one of the craziest trends I've ever seen. It was literally overnight. Look at this. The previous day was like 570, 569. And then the next day, you're at 590. A couple days later, you're at 600. So you go from literally like 568 straight up to $600. $32 within the course of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. You know, you're doing a monthly trend within a week. That's ridiculous. So when that happened, I told everybody, all right, I'm going to hop into the puts now. We're going to play down to here, and then we're going to play calls going up to here. And this is where I fucked up. Point blank. Just like that. I really messed up here. And I never forgot this. I hopped into a call. I told everybody, if the market falls down past here, and again, I got to teach you guys this because this was one of the things that taught me how to trade FOMC better. It was actually because of one of the recent events, because of how aggressive we were playing. And then after I talk about this, I'll kind of read what's going on with the YouTube chat. I don't want to miss nothing. But so what we did here was I told everybody, if you hit 601 and you hold, we're going to get calls because you're just going to run into the new high, into the 620s. You fell below 601, we had no puts at all. That was the first mistake, right? We had no puts at all. Like nothing. So again, that was the first mistake. And the reason why we had no puts was because we actually uploaded our first public message in front of everybody, like on YouTube, on Twitter, and we told everybody we're buying into calls here. The market's going to run up from 580 to 600. And it's going to do it by December, like the first week of December is what we told everybody. Perfectly predicted it. So what happened was, yeah, it did happen to me, everybody. I didn't expect this to happen to me, honestly. I was so gassed and I was so happy about what I did. My crazy ass decided not to do nothing here. And I just let the wind decide. Now, in a private setting, that's fine. When you're teaching, you know, and you're showing a live interpretation as to what somebody should logically do, you do not trade with your emotion. And that was the one time where I did that. And I got so angry with myself because we bought here, average down here, average down here. The next day you only ran up to here. Everything was dead. We did make the money back, right? Because I was really frustrated. So I was like, I was basically not going to go to sleep. I told everybody I'm going to stay up all night. I'm going to figure this out. And yeah, we're going to make this money back within a couple of days. The next day you opened up down here. I had everybody buying into calls. And yeah, we timed the $12 to $13 run up. Made everything back right there. And it was like perfect. The problem was, since that occurred so recently, it took a lot of people out. Because they played way too aggressively. I'm talking about 6K in SPX. I'm talking about 10K SPX. Because when you have 2K in SPX and you're down 50%, it's not bad yet. Like right now with the SPY options, the reason why I'm not even looking at SPY is because it's not bad yet. I'm only using 8% of my account. It's impossible for this trade to really go bad. You know? Unless, again, the market just flash crashes $10 out the sky, which is normally something you don't do 2 days prior to FOMC, right? Normally, that's not something that occurs. So, yeah, think about it like that. We had a massive loss here. Everybody took a loss. The whole Discord, we were all crying together. And, yeah. And then from that point onwards, that's when I went crazy. Played puts up here perfectly. We hit 601. I told everybody, I said, yo, we're not playing. Get into the damn 5 days, 10 days. On the paper accounts, the second you hit 601, screw this shit. It's going to fall down, it looks like. Because it ran up too aggressively. Just like how it fell down, I told everybody it was going to run up to the midpoint. Because that's what the technicals said. It wasn't because, again, when I tell you something, it's not because that's my emotion. That's not me guiding you. That's what the charts are saying. That's the trading styles. None of this is ever my own emotion. Besides this one trade right here. Truthfully. From here, played the puts. Everybody got a couple 100%. Right here, we played the calls. A few people started getting 1,000%. Right here, we played the puts again. And then right here, I made my first public video on YouTube called World Markets, where I was telling everybody that the market was going to hold here. Forex was going to rip up into a new high over the next 10 years. And then I said for SPY, it was going to rip up into the 610s, the 613s. Why? Because when you fell down here, you hit a certain monthly trading style. Do you guys want to actually see that? I don't want to be too annoying. So if you guys want to see what I'm talking about, I could show you. But when you see it, you will understand why basically we got into the options here. Why we knew it was going to run up this quickly and run exactly into this area. Which, I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? It's kind of like you're getting no price action here. It's like a wedge, right? And you just broke out of the wedge. And then you pretty much held on the wedge. Like imagine you had a line up here at the top. as you guys could tell. You see how like it smacked into it? So like we had this line the second we played this puts here. So the next time we played puts, it was perfectly, played out. We even played puts here a little bit. And then we stopped playing. We held the calls. We sold the calls that we bought down here, over here. So again, while we were playing calls, we were still playing like 0-day puts with the 10-day calls. You know what I mean? Making money both ways. Some, here and there, here and there. And then up here was my greatest trade ever. This was my highest gain that I ever had. You guys ready for this? We told the whole entire Discord, we're hopping into a put. I'm trying to pay off my vacation. My vacation was here. I was leaving here. And I paid for everything right here. So I paid for everything here, and I was leaving here. I told everybody, let's try to see if we can make this money back before my vacation. We had 2 accounts. One was NVIDIA. One was SPY. I threw 60 into NVIDIA. And I threw 20 into SPY. The $60 from NVIDIA, we sold it each one for $670. It was 30/30s. We bought 2 of them. Same location right here. I swear to you, we're going to look at the NVIDIA chart after this, and you're going to see how insane it is. That's the reason why I tell you guys not to just randomly buy NVIDIA or Tesla or none of that stuff, because you just wait for the technicals on SPY. When SPY tells you that the whole market might change directions, then we start playing NVIDIA and Tesla and all these other names. You know what I mean? When SPY is still in uncertain territory, do not touch anything else, because it's going to yield, inconsistent results from my own experience. That's what I've seen. That's why I don't trade NVIDIA or Apple or, Google. I hate trading them, honestly. The way they move is not for me. I like something like SPY or Tesla where I could have a good idea on the weekly scale or monthly scale and then be in and out, and that's it. You know what I mean? I don't have to wait 3-4 months for something to work out. But yeah, so right here, the $5 SPY options, we bought 4 of them, right? It came up to like 21 something with the fees. Each of those $5 SPY options were $200 right here at the bottom. We bought 4 of them. Can y'all imagine how my brain felt? Because everybody in the Discord played it. Everybody was up 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% at the same time. And it was one of the most mystical and majestical feelings that I can't even explain it to you. But yeah, that was the craziest trade we ever got. And again, everybody, remember, when did this crazy trade happen? A couple of days after I did something extremely stupid, screwed everybody over, right? Point blank. Screwed everybody over with the ideas because I didn't do enough research. So the paper trades, everything we got into was just a waste of that week. We just destroyed it. So it was acknowledging my own fault, acknowledging that. That's the first thing you have to do. And then acknowledging how you could have made it work out. And how I could have made that situation work out over here on FOMC was simply if I would have waited and bought at the end of the day. If I would have bought it at 586 and everybody bought it here, the next day you were at 591. That's $5 higher. We would have made money. And then we would have made money again down here. But again, that's not to say that what we did was, would have, could have, should have, or we're trying to, wish that things were different. No, because since that occurred, we had the crazy trade here. And I'm sure you're looking at my chart and you're probably like, there's no way. And yeah, we played puts the next Friday as well. And then you fell down to here. We played the calls. You ran up to here. We played the puts. And then we just waited. And then up here, I told everybody because of the tariff stuff, because of Trump and all these other countries, we're going to play puts 1,000 days out because it looks like SPY is going to fall down from 613 to 480. Now, the first thing a person is going to tell me is, how in the world do I know that? And this is how, everybody. You measure the bottom. As you can tell, I've looked at every single low. I have nothing better to do with my time. Don't blame me. So I've looked at every single low. Oh, wait. And the one thing I've noticed is that if you take a box from the bottom of COVID, when they made everybody get scared and they dropped the market out the sky, before the market ran up higher, because like I'm looking for like a cause and effect, you know, like for example, um, what can I tell you a good cause and effect? Like, okay, you plant a tree and you plant a tree with really fertile soil, extremely nutrient rich, and the effect of that, right? Right? All right, can you say cause? You can kind of say that. Yeah, the cause of something growing. So the cause of the tree growing, let's just say, was the effect of you putting the soil and the nutrient rich stuff around it. So it was the planting before something grew into something that you watched. So when it comes to trading, the way I teach any student point blank, right, in terms of concepts, ideas, or being able to make something repetitive, the first thing I teach them is look at what the market does when it moves and does a certain thing. So when the market was crashing out the sky, of course you have interest rates, you have Trump, you have the Ukraine war, which was right here. That shit killed me. It killed the rest of my accounts because of that war stuff. But yeah, you have the Ukraine war here, and then you have other crazy stuff that happened here, and then more crazy stuff that happened down here. But why did it stop here? You can't just tell me that, you know, things happen randomly, because I used to believe that because I used to listen to all the YouTubers, right? Or anybody who speaks about stocks and trading. All they say is it's random. It's, you know, infinite. But why did it fall here? So what I did was I was like, wait a second. Why does it look like that's the midpoint of these two highs? Then I was like, wait a second. What if I could use that to predict the future? So I was like, all right. Let's not, you know, do anything too crazy yet. Let's not jump conclusions yet. So I created the box, and I was like, all right, boom, we have a box now. I dragged it over, and I was like, holy shit. Before it ran up higher, it perfectly hit the midpoint. So I'm like, all right, whenever a market wants to fall out the sky, look for the midpoint. That's the first most important thing. Midpoint and then the quarter points. That's when I got this idea of the fractions. That's how I created this trading style. So take that box, copy and paste it. The way you guys just saw me did that right there so quickly. Let me teach you guys all collectively. Hold control on your keyboard. And you guys see how there's like a blue circle here where I can extend it right? Do not click that. That's not what I want you to click. Hold control and just select the line, and do not touch any of those blue circles at the corners or at the midpoints or at the bottom right there. Just touch the line, hold control, and drag it to the right. Right? It's the left mouse button, by the way. Okay, so then I was just like, all right, this has to be logical. If the market is using these building blocks and these fractions to decipher whether or not it's done fulfilling a certain aspect of the trend and is ready to change directions, how can I use this logically going into the future? So what I first did was I was like, all right, first, before I even test the future, let's go to the past. And this is where it broke my brain. I was like, let's go to the past. Let's take this box. And I got an idea. Let's put this box at the top point like that. So the top before COVID crashed. Or you know what? Let's just put it at the midpoint. Better yet. Just to see how similar it was. You guys are going to freak out. Guess what was the '08 crisis? Guess what was the low on '08? You won't believe it. The low of '08 was the same low of COVID. They've been doing this every 4 years the same way. Look at this. This is the '08 crisis right here. Can you believe that? The '08 crisis is the same shit as you running up right here during COVID, falling out the sky, and it's the same thing right now. This was the greatest thing I've ever seen. This was the greatest thing I've ever come up with. This right here is what made me feel like, all right, now I'm somebody who can compete with Michael Burry's. Now I'm somebody who can compete with these legendary people. Now let's get my name and recognition up there, because it seems like the concepts and ideas they're decent enough to build, you know, something with. So again, everybody, this is what gave me complete and utter control and confidence. This is why I'm so comfortable, because I've seen it. And again, if you copy this again, you won't believe it. you don't get the rest of SPY right here because SPY only begins in 1993, but SPY actually begins in 1960s. So I forgot what charting platform you have to go on to see it, but you can actually see SPY since the beginning of history. And if you use this box, I shit you not, it's still following it since the beginning of 1960s. So again, how do you predict the future now? This is what we're going to do. We're going to put this at the bottom of 2022. And this should be able to tell us, one, where the market needs to peak at, and then two, where the midpoint is that it's going to fall down into, which is the new midpoint. What do you know, everybody? So when I timed the market crashing because of FOMC, or not because of FOMC, but because of Trump, I told everybody to buy puts up here, just simply and remember how I got those $5 puts? I'm not going to lie to y'all. I got those $5 puts at a yearly call put level. So what I started recognizing was, if we focus on buying 0-day puts at the yearly levels, oh my God, it's so easy to get a crazy 1,000% win, because that's where they mostly happen when you're doing the big moves, which is usually around like the peaks or the troughs, right? Like the highs and the lows and the midpoints. So watch this, everybody. This is what takes the style to the next level. And again, why am I comfortable with teaching you this for free? Why am I comfortable with showing you this for nothing in return? It's because, everybody, you need to understand that, there's enough money out here for everybody. There's enough money here for anybody and everybody. And that's it. Simple. I guess that's it, really. That's all. There's enough money out here for everybody. Don't be selfish. So take this box, watch this. Put it to the bottom of 480, which is where we predicted the market was going to bottom. And then I told everybody down here we're going to buy calls for 740, 720. And yeah, you're at the midpoint right now. So that's why the market keeps falling from here. That's why I'm really waiting for the market to run up to here. I hope you guys like my TED Talk. Let's go back to SPY now. Dr. SPY, I'm back. What's going on? Let's get into another futures trade. Let's trade gold here. So gold ran up. Let's look at my gold charts. How's everybody over here, by the way? So, yeah. Are you guys still deciding on whether or not you're going to sell Intel? Oh my God. Remember, everybody, you can't get stuck in the plays like that, Because then we're going to be like 6-7 plays ahead. So I don't want you guys to do that. Whenever you guys hear that I'm tapping out, again, just follow suit. We'll get you more ideas and more concepts and more paper trades. You don't have to worry about that. Remember, there's like 100 trades throughout the day. We just got to remain confident, cool, and that's all. What you guys talk about? You don't have enough for the SPY put yet? Remember, SPY puts, they change in value towards the end of the day. That's how I turned my $4 account into $100 within 2-3 days. It was just literally buying the $4 play, selling it for $9, then buying something for $8, selling it for $30, buying something for $20, selling it for $50. You know what I mean? It stacks up really, really quickly. You sold Intel for 60 cents. You bought at 60, and they're at $1 now. Come on, everybody. Remember, should've, would've, could've. That's the one thing I do not accept here. I'll let it slide today, no problem. That's okay. I'm not trying to be an annoying individual. But please, everybody, if you respect this environment and you respect the students that are in the background, that watch every single day, make sure you recognize that you saying would've, should've, could've, and you being in the past is the one reason why you're not going to grow. So you got to get over that pattern. If you have enough time to sit here and write in the chat that something was sold at a certain price and you made money, and you're talking about how it's at a higher level and you're a little mad, I'm even madder now. Think about it like that. Because I know what that does to a person. I know what that did to me. It made me revenge trade. It made me not act logically. It made me be all over the place. It made me not think that this was consistent. It ruined my comfort. It ruined my composure. It ruined everything. So, again, everybody, if you have enough time to write down anything about the past trade and it's not saying how you're going to improve the next one, you might as well not even say nothing about the last one. Just be on to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Set it and forget it. Set it and forget it. Set it and forget it. If you're worrying, that means you never had confidence in the first place in it. You know? Yep. So, Intel Leap calls. So, for Intel, the last time we bought Leaps was a couple of weeks ago. We already sold them. We ended up putting around 6K into Intel when Intel was right down here at the bottom. I'll show you guys real quick, which is why I'm waiting for Intel to collapse a little bit more, because we already sold our yearly plays. So yeah, we kept buying Intel down here at 19, and we would just keep selling it for like 100 to 300%, 600%. Now we're only taking the 50% because you're at a much higher level, which could yield different large moves in one direction or the other, which is not something that an investor wants to get stuck in, or a trader. So what you want to do is you want to wait for the extremities. Like when you ran up towards the top, it looked weak, point blank. Why did it look weak? Because if it was strong, it would have ran up to here and it would have fell down to here and not had any single problem running up higher. So point blank, the simple fact that it did return proves the idea that you could predict a market before it actually moves and does something massive. So was our idea correct, everybody? The answer is yes. Were we supposed to trade the second time? The answer is no. That second trade that we got into, we were not supposed to get into that. That was extra. That was more risky. Because last time we bought up here, sold down here, then we bought more puts up here, then we sold it right down here at the bottom. Now you're down to here, which is exactly what we were talking about the call level. So now at this point, we're going to give this market, we gave it an hour from 10 o'clock. We're going to give it 30 more minutes because you're still quick. You're still moving fast. So again, we're going to wait until 11:30. We'll wait for this to start turning and changing directions and slowing down. And then we're going to start playing the calls for a nice little bounce. But again, we're not going to get trapped in it. So we're going to try to see if we could buy a little bit lower, because this is like my main level to buy calls right now, 37. Because remember, last time we bought calls on Intel, we bought them down here at 33. The same time we bought those SPY leaps. So remember, when we buy Intel leaps, if you're ever wondering like, damn, like I keep missing all these trades, or you know, I joined the Discord late, I joined the YouTube late, and you know, I'm missing all these trades that he got into before that were amazing. First thing I'm gonna tell you is, if I've done it once, expect me to do it 1,000 times. The second thing is, expect we look at crazy plays like leaps and stuff like that. So you can expect us to do that around the time when the market does something large. So when SPY does a large move, or you yank up in one direction, or you fall down to one direction, that's pretty much what we're looking for. After we do something like that, then we can step into the mix and just look for a little scalp with one of these other plays. Get into a leap play 300 days out, look for 30%, 60%, you know what I mean? And then do it again in another 3 weeks, 4 weeks, because it's safe. So yeah, that's all I'm looking for right now. SPY. SPY, you fell down in between 4 and 5. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the potential upside here. Okay, so the calls we bought for $6.86. Currently, these calls are around $29. So this is going to be the first time we average down now. We bought 10 at first. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy 25 contracts at the current price. So again, let's buy 25 of them at $28. We bought it at an even better price than we said earlier. We were talking about like high 30s or low 40s. So this is really nice. It's a really good buy. Okay, so we bought in here, everybody. Our average is now from $112. Our average is now at $53. So that was the first time we averaged down. When you hit number 5, we're going to wait maybe about 30 minutes. Try to see if we can average down once more. Bring the average down from 50 all the way back down to maybe around 27, 25 if this falls to like $15 each. And then sell out for like a couple percent. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we just got into the calls. We paid $27 for each, posting it inside the Discord now, and then now we're gonna post this on the Moo. Because remember, it was more aggressive. So we haven't posted it on Moo yet. So let's go ahead and do that right now. All right. So I think that's what I'm gonna do now. Kind of wait to post it on Moo, so that the individuals, if they buy it here, they can have, the moments where some days it goes really against us. They can get the really good buys. Because it's going to be hard for them, to get anything like that if they don't have enough capital. So it's like being able to establish a safety net is the most important thing a person could do, Really tiny trades. So breathing just, hell yeah. Come on now. That was your mindset before, but there's always an opportunity. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about, Lim. So for SPY, we're looking around here, right? Now, the options you want to look for generally are going to be options that are extremely close. 1 strikeout, 4 strikes out. You know what I mean? Just stuff along the lines of that. And at the same time, if you're getting 4 strikes out, it has to have enough time to it. So let's just say I'm trading a 0 day right now. I like to stick with the 0 days, usually. Because I can get out for 20% every time, you know what I mean? It always just wiggles around. So it's like, even if the market doesn't even choose my direction personally, it always gives me an opportunity. And then if it chooses my direction and does what I say it's going to do, then it's up 300, 400%, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's one of the funniest aspects. I don't know if you guys noticed that. We have an idea, it's a really good idea, and then we always put a stop loss. The second we're in money. The second we're profitable, just in case. And it usually allows us to never take a loss ever. As long as we're, truly just on top of it. Always put a stop loss. When you're in the money. Never put a stop loss when you're not in the money. And the reason why is because generally, if you bought off that location in the first place, it's most likely still a good location. You just got to give it some time, Even if you're a new trader, I kid you not, I was a new trader. A month into me trading, I caught on to stuff. You know what I mean? So I know you guys are going to catch on to stuff. But just give yourself time. Time. And if you're not going to give yourself time, just go really close. And, have a tight stop loss. Don't put too much at first. Try to use 10%, 15% of your account until you start getting to the level where you're, somebody who's a couple levels above that beginner level. And the second you feel like you're above that beginner level, start throwing yourself into a couple playoff games where you're testing your own strengths and weaknesses so that you can see, like, all right, this 1 week I was trading during FOMC, I messed up on Monday and Tuesday with 1 trade from 11, 1 trade from 2, and this is how I'm going to fix it for Wednesday, for FOMC. And then let's just say on FOMC you mess up again, and now you're just like, all right, this is what I'm going to do for Thursday, and I'm going to make sure I learn this for the next FOMC, which is in January or February. That's all you do as a trader, I kid you not. Like, you literally test yourself. You have like a playoff series, a playoff game. You go crazy, trade as hard as you can, as good as you can. Average down when you can at the smartest points. Every day is going to be a war or a battle, you could say. And just try to win the war, And then once you're done with that week or 2 weeks of testing, go back to the drawing board for like 3 days, 4 days. Trade with, paper money. Test new ideas. See if you could fix up, like let's say you had a loss during the week. And you're like, all right, I want to test this with the paper account now. And you do something a little different. Instead of buying at like 10 o'clock, you buy at like 11:40 or like 12 o'clock. With like a 5 to 10 day contract because you're trying to test something with like the like, how a 5-day contract moves up and down crazy. If you move up $3, a 5-day contract right now is going to go up like 40%. So you're going to go up a lot of money with even with a 5-day. So it's kind of like this allows multiple different people to test things infinite ways. And it's not to say that the infinite aspect of it should make you feel like, oh my god, like this is too much. No, don't think like that. You should make yourself understand that that infinite aspect is the infinite aspect of you being able to improve. You see? That's the beauty of it. Yes, there's a lot of different things that you have to consider, but the fact that you saw yourself have a loss, like today, for example, we bought beneath number one, and then we had to average down all the way at 4.5. So boom, we already have something we can improve for tomorrow. What are we going to improve for tomorrow, everybody? We're just going to buy off of number 3 and number 4 tomorrow now. We're going to skip number 1. And then let's say tomorrow is just a bunch of consolidation, 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, because it could be, it's really slow. We're going to acknowledge that. And then maybe, who knows, midday we'll be like, all right, it looks like it was going to do this. We were going to test this. But it's kind of following this other idea, which is the smaller term stuff. It's not really yanking up and down. So we'll test it tomorrow. We'll trade. As we're trading now, we might buy off of number 1 tomorrow. But because of how things turned out today, honestly, it's kind of like we're a little bit less likely to buy off of number 1 tomorrow. You know what I mean now? And that's all. That's how you improve your charts. Literally, just look at anything that you can improve and just improve it. Don't worry about what people are saying when you shouldn't feel accomplished about that being an improvement. And there's nothing to feel accomplished about because your pockets are not different, or your pockets are not, at a different weight in terms of the amount of capital you have. And again, everybody, don't worry about that. People are always going to talk and say something. You just got to have this level of, logicalness to everything. And everything just goes your way, really. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm telling you, be more patient. Remember, I am teaching you how to trade short term. That's what we're doing right now, right, everybody? We're not focusing on a 5-day. We already sold our 5 days. We already sold our leaps. Right now, the market is in a condition where we just focus on 0 days and small term plays. You know what I mean? And just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then when we're ready to hit something massive in terms of 690, 715, then we'll start having the bigger plays. So that's what you guys should save your money for, Always say, do you guys want to hear what's the most consistent thing every student has told me when they joined this Discord? And I'm going to put a couple of you on the spot. Let's see who's here. If anybody's in here on the chat, I'm going to say it. Because again, this is one big family. Okay. So, let me see. Anybody here? Beast? No. 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 Nobody here. Cody! Goddamn, Cody almost made me fucking rip my vocal cord on my neck. Is that you, Cody? I can't scream. I still can't scream. I'm sorry. Holy fuck. First things first, Cody. How's your health, brother? That's the first thing we gotta ask. Working on it? Excellent, brother. That's what's up. We gotta get Sluggo in here now. Alright, everybody. So, what is the most consistent thing that every single one of my students have told me? The one consistent thing, you're ready for this. Write it down because it's so important. I swear to you, write this down and read this every morning to make sure this is something that never happens to you guys. They always invest too much money when they shouldn't. And when I give them the crazy trades, when we're up 1,000%, 2,000%, 300%, they don't have enough money to trade it. Every time. I kid you not. It happens to every student. And what I started recognizing was it's kind of like a universal learning lesson. It's like literally I can't stop it. Like you're going to have to learn it because most people, they just don't kind of want to hear people out. When other people tell them, like when the other students would tell them that. And I've never said this before. But publicly right now, I'm telling you guys, save most of your capital. This is not the time to be trading aggressively right now. This is the time to build structure and plan for when the market gets crazy on FOMC, and then you make all your money in that one day that makes up for the whole month. You know what I mean? So for now, we just got to compound, just small, 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 small. Because then what you guys are going to realize is that you could throw yourself into a gold market, crypto market, and if you guys are trading with the same ideas or structure, because all these trading styles, when you learn it in one location, yes, everybody, you learn it for everything. That's the craziest part. So, again, I want you guys to really understand that I'm teaching people how to look at markets in an educational manner across every market, perfectly traded, right? Perfectly tradable, with examples that we've gotten into. We've traded Chinese companies, we've traded crypto companies, we've traded everything, the whole entire 9 yards. And the fact that we could do that, and the fact that I could give you guys this for free, of course the world is not going to like me. I hope you guys understand that. So I want you guys to recognize that when you see these trades and people respond in certain manners in the community, just try to keep a light heart, because when it comes to something being this good, people just don't like it. That's what I've noticed. It's something I've had to deal with over the years, whether it's students or people just randomly speak in the public. So what needs to occur here is you guys need to get into the groove of it, learn this stuff, and if it works, if it's proven, if you could change your life with this stuff, if you could change your world, right? Well, then maybe, let's build this community. Let's build my name. Let's build my recognition so that people don't automatically assume certain things, because it is a little annoying, unfortunately. But it's part of the process, It's part of the whole. I'm not complaining, of course, but I'm telling you guys, like, when you guys start teaching, if this is something you would like to do in terms of trading, or I want you to be prepared in certain ways where it's like, what's going to happen when you have to teach certain students. So as I'm teaching right now and I am building everything, and the name, the recognition, what not to say, what not to do, how to help, how not to help, right? Like, when should you step in, when should you not step in? And I'm documenting all this, and I'm trying to create a full structured, like, kind of like a guidebook, you could say. And this is going to be for the school. This is for Peacock University, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the school is going to be called, right? It's going to be mimicked and named after our whole entire brand, which is, having to deal with a peacock, right? It's one of the most majestical animals I've ever seen. Don't you question why. In fact, just wait till I have a zoo. I'm buying a whole zoo, and I'm buying like 1,000 peacocks, and I'm gonna make sure they have enough space, and we're gonna start a whole army of peacocks. You guys think I'm playing too, but I'm dead serious. It costs about $5,000 each, so it's gonna be a lot of money. But imagine that. Imagine we have a whole zoo behind the building, behind the school. That'd be awesome. So you said if you sell Intel now, would I be flagged as a day trader, or should you keep it to tomorrow? Well, do you have any day trades? Are you on a cash account or margin? First thing, Finley. Mayday, mayday, everybody. Somebody has rang the alarm. You're going to hear me say that from now on when anybody asks me a really good question. Again, when somebody asks me a really good question, you're going to hear me say that. It's going to be a little corny, but at least you'll kind of know the difference. So I want everybody on the Discord, if you can, if you're not busy right now and you have like a couple seconds to spare, I want everybody to go into the YouTube chat, read Finley's comment, and I want to see what you guys think, right? This is not to make him feel bad or anything like that. This is because I want you guys to see how you go about doing things. So, like, let's just say, boom, Finley, let me give you both examples. I want to see what he's going to say first. But if he has a cash account and he's already had a trade with that settled cash, it's going to be unsettled, of course. So if he sells it again, yes, he's going to get a restriction, but not PDT. He's just going to get a good faith violation. Normally you get one try every 3 months, I think. And if you get three of them within the course of, I think, like a month or 3 months, they lock your account. So he's on a margin account. All right. If you're on a margin account, do you have any trades at all? Like any day trades left? Or do you have one left? Okay, so you're on Robinhood as well. Okay, what you working with? How much times you traded today? Just so we're all on the same page, when we bought the SPY option today, we bought it at a C plus setup. So what we did was we chose to wait to post anything on Moomoo until it got to the A or A plus setup. So it would be a more probable trade for everybody, which is currently where you're at. We bought early just to set up shop, just to set up the trade. The next thing we want to see here is upon you trying to run back up to the upside, can you sustain you being above number 4 on the reversal points? Because if you can, you're going to run back up to number 1, which is 686, which means we're going to be in the money again. So because we average down at $20, we'll be able to sell everything for $50 to $70 potentially. As of 11:20 p.m. or no, this is a.m. I guess. a.m. on December 8th, 2025. I'm gonna start putting the date all the time, so in the future I don't have to fix it. Okay, so we set up shop just to set up the trade. So it's kind of like boom, we huddled down, we got an idea, we think the market's gonna have some type of retracement to number 1, just because of Friday. You did something similar, of course, and because we're thinking the market's not really going to change too much directions, right? Because of FOMC, but you could definitely fall down to number 4 and 5. That's something you always do, by the way. Number 4 and 5 is what you did all of 2024. I kid you not. When I was trading with everybody, and we were, in the beginning levels of us first starting to teach, when we first had our first students, the market was literally just listening to number 4 and 5, just like how it is right now. So we would just prioritize buying at those points. But some days, you wouldn't hit number 4 right away, or you would do it after 5 hours. Like today, it took you 3 hours so far. Actually, no, 2 hours, basically. So it's a little annoying, but that's why we started to learn how to trade with the micro stuff in between. Because not all the time would a person, especially me later on in life, you know what I mean? I'm not going to want to stay here all the time, 4 hours just to make one trade. I want to be in a trade for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, in and out, and that's it, I'm gone. So I don't have to watch it. I could go do whatever I got to do throughout the day. That's literally how I trade right there. Just working against the best trade, 20%, 30%, I'm gone. That equals $600, $700. That's it. I'm good. You know what I mean? Do that 5 times a day or 5 times a week. Even if you do that 2 times a day, that's crazy profit. You know what I mean? It's really crazy profit. So, all right, we posted everything. Posted it to Moomoo. We told everybody it was a C plus setup so they can understand. We told everybody we waited for it to fall to number 4, which was the A plus setup so they can understand. And then boom. Let me post this on all the chats. Everybody, give me 1 second. Sometimes I forget to do this and I get a little angry with myself because I know people are definitely watching in the background, and I want you guys to feel, confident and comfortable. I want you guys to feel my level of composure and steal it. Make it yours, Take some of that energy. That's why I allow you guys to, ask questions all the time. Take some of the energy. I got an unlimited source of it. I'm telling you. Okay, so you guys said, what are you guys talking about over here? Okay, so Finley, next punishment is 90-day ban. Okay, so yeah, do not, honestly, Finley, listen, I've gotten myself into I've gotten myself into some of those scenarios, and I'll be honest with you, brother. If you just make sure you didn't put too much capital, right? Because if it's like over $500 to $1,000, I'll be real with y'all. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. If it's 500 to 1,000, just screw it, lock the account, take that money out, and go throw it into another app, because Robinhood isn't even all that. It's not even a good app. So, you know what I mean? If you want to just take that money out just so you have something, if it's the last dollars you have, that's what I would do. You know, that's what I did, right? But again, that's not financial advice. I speak from a teacher's mentality, a teacher's perspective, in terms of what's logical, right? So make sure that you make your own decisions, right? And trade at your own risk, of course. But remember, do things logically, you know? Very logically. You got this. If you got to sell it right now and you need the money, sell it. If you could deal with you not losing this account right now, and you could just take a loss right now, just let it be a learning lesson. Make a note, title the note today's date, write about it, just like how you see me post my trades. You know, like I talk about like why I bought here, why I'm averaging down there, and then, yeah. And then you could turn your account to a cash account if you would like, you know. With Robinhood, I'll be real with y'all. Don't day trade with Robinhood, please. You know how many times they sold me out or sell people out towards the end of the day, and people end up just taking a loss unnecessarily for no reason? It's so unfortunate. But yeah, don't deal with them. Yeah. Okay, so James, you said where can you join the Discord server? So James, I think you know what's the first rule. First rule of anybody joining. I'm going to question, did you make some money first? As long as you made some money, and when I say make some money, I'm talking about as long as you made at least 600 to 1,000, I'll be fine with you joining the Discord. I just need you to have a safety net, because I don't want you to be too, you know what I mean? I don't want it to be too low in terms of the amount of capital you have, because it's going to take us a longer time for us to get to 1,000 or 2K. With, let's just say, you joining and you being able to put $200 into the options trades to 400, we could easily take that to 2, 3, 4, 4,000 within a week or two. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. You know, I don't want you to start with a really low amount, like $10, $20. That's only for the people who they really cannot get the money at all, right? They're the ones who are going to focus on the trades towards the end of the day, like 2:30-ish, 3 o'clock-ish. That's when I would, potentially trade if I have less than $20, $30. And yeah, just make sure you have a safety net. You get a safety net, you know what I'm talking about? I'm happy. Now make me comfortable and happy. We'll get into the lessons as soon as you join. And then remember, on Saturdays and Sundays, we have classes. This Saturday and Sunday, I got completely destroyed by whatever sickness I had. And we just got bodied. But we fixed up all the futures and golds charts, right? We fixed up everything we needed to. But this Saturday and Sunday, we didn't have any type of a long class. But every week, we do. Remember that. Every week, I'm normally teaching on Saturday and Sunday for 12 to 16 hours. So, don't forget that. That could be the time where you guys, you know what I mean, make up for any charting or anything you got to do. You could literally do it all on that same date. I've seen it happen before. Let me tell you how. Okay, everybody. So remember, we're just giving this a moment here. We told everybody we're going to wait for 11:30 because we wanted to see how the market was going to consolidate on SPY. We also said the same thing for NVIDIA and for Intel. So let's go ahead and take a look at Intel here. Looks like Intel is potentially ready for us to hop into a trade. Again, this is just a scalp trade. It's going to be a 0-day trade. Oh, we're not really a 0-day because it expires Friday, I guess. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like a weekly trade. Okay, everybody. So I'm going one strike out on Intel here. I'm buying a $40 strike price. They cost $100. Actually, let me see the 41s. Nah, I want to go close. We're going close. I'm going to buy 10 of these. No, actually, no. We're going to get a little bit more. We could use some of the profit from before. So that we can start scaling up this one account. I'm trying to bring this account to 100K by at least second week of December. Right now we're about 40K. So let's go ahead and go and buy 25 options starting at $100 each for Intel at 104, 103. Okay, we got filled at 103 each. 25 options total. So again, it's going to be $2,500. What I would want you guys to do is make sure you recognize, again, that's only about less than 10% of the account. So we're still good right now, even including the other SPY trade that we're currently holding still. That's still combined. It's about 15, 14%. Actually, no, it's not. No, it's not combined. They're only 2K, yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, no, I'm bugging. I was reading the wrong option. That right there, that's 3,700. So 3,700 in totals for everything. Which again, in total, this account has 36K. So it's about like a little bit more than 10%, like 11%, you could say. So remember, when you guys are trading, 10%. I don't care what number it is, 10% of your account. You know what you're supposed to do. You hear what I'm doing. You can see what I'm doing. So yeah, just follow along. And then make it yours. Take everything I'm teaching you, take it for yourself, and make yourself rich. I'm telling you. Make as much money as you can. The second you realize and you recognize that this stuff can actually yield something that's, a little crazy, something that's not normal, that's when the switch flips. So for right now, if the flip of the switch hasn't occurred, just give it some time, give it a couple days. Follow along and you'll see. Okay, everybody. No, almost all platforms need you to have 25K to day trade on a margin account. Not necessarily. So James, my first account ever, when I was 21 years old, I turned a $3,000 account with 5-day options into 100K within 21 days. And the reason why is because I was buying the options one day and selling it the next day every time. So I literally never use a day trade. So it is possible to use a margin account. In fact, I prefer it because it's more harder. It's harder than a cash account. So yeah, whenever you guys see me do my $1 million account challenges, usually I'm doing it on the margin accounts. Because you got to restrict the amount of trades you got, You can't just be in and out, in and out, in and out. Truly, at the pro level, it's understanding all the in and outs, like all 100 trades that can happen in a day, and then you specifically choosing the top 5. That's what it's meant to be a professional trader, What we're doing here is allowing people to absorb how we know what's a good trade and what's not. You see, like showing you the difference between a C setup or an A setup. That's the purpose of this. But you guys need to be the pushing force to, make that decision, When you get into an options trade and you have a margin account, you know why it sucks? It's because if I have $1,000 on Monday and I waste 2 day trades on Monday and I'm at $600, I had to wait 4 days just to have the same amount of opportunities with the day trades again. So what I've learned to do is your day trades are meant to just be there to get yourself out of a stupid situation. One of them, okay, free, right? One of them you could, do something stupid throughout one of the days and go crazy and try to be in and out. But the other trades, the other 2 day trades you have in the margin account, do not waste it. I'm telling you. Save it. And then when you really got to average down, let's say one time, I swear on everything I love, this happened to me one time on Tesla, and it literally almost ruined everything. I put $10,000 into Tesla like a dummy, and I was buying when it was $1,600. So I was buying the options at $1,600. I then bought more at $1,200. I then bought more at $700. The thing kept falling to like $400 or $500. I'm down, 6-7 racks when I only have 17 at the time. 17, maybe a little bit less than that. Maybe like 13 to 15, somewhere around there. I put the rest of my money into Tesla when it falls to $50 each option. Remember, I was buying this thing the same day for $1,600. And I'm like, all right, bro, you know what? Let's dump the whole account in. Screw it. Remember, I'm 21. This is my second week options trading ever. I dumped the whole account in. I averaged down at $50, the lowest price that I could think that the market would want to fall to. Tell me how my contracts bought at 50 the stock only fell down to 49, like in terms of like the lowest price. So literally, if it fell to 50, I would have not got filled, because you don't get filled. You had to let it drop to $1 below, and literally I got perfectly filled. And that next day, I was still down massively, but I was too upset. I'll be honest with you, I was mad soft. I was crying and shit because I lost, pretty much everything. In 2 weeks, I just took 3K to like 16K almost. And then within one day, I just lost that whole entire thing. And I was really emotional. So I didn't trade the next day, and I just let it be. 2 days later, I go back. Each option's at $1,200. My average was brought down to $300. My account went straight to 35K. Instantly. Changed my life forever. The next day I took out like 10,000. Yo. Oh my God, it's such a crazy moment because of how it happened, It's like anything could have happened at that moment. Anything could have. But we averaged down at the right location, and it's true. If you average down aggressively every single time at the best locations, you can always get out of any play. Even if it's a 0 day, it's going to be a little hard, You got to wait for that thing to sometimes fall down to like $10, $11, and then it runs up to like 12, 13, and then you sell it pretty much, But you got to get your average down. And sometimes it's fine to take a loss, Who cares if you take a loss? We still haven't taken a loss, so I'm trying to not take a loss at all. Because it's kind of like we have a perfect score right now for the options. Like the last 2 weeks has been just perfect. So with this being stated and with this being said, I think the first thing we want to do here is, just keep trading with these aggressive 0 days, one strike out. And then with the $1 million accounts, we'll just keep starting up more, All right, Elijah. So you said eligible for payout now, going to hit 7,000 account balance and then take out 5K. So you have a 2K drawdown and 4 more accounts. Excellent, Elijah. Excellent, bro. I like the next steps. And then once we go from there, you know what I mean? Try to not copy trade. Remember, everybody, when you have multiple accounts, you guys can do whatever, right? You don't have to listen to a single word that I'm saying. Remember, this is not financial advice. This is just educational. If you're going to trade with multiple accounts, do not copy trade unless those accounts have a decent buffer. I'm talking about trade on each account separately, get them to like 5, 6, 7,000, you know what I mean? And then start grouping up the trades. Because, bro, I did that shit the other day, and I almost lost everything. One trade on gold. And I was like, you know what? This is not something that I'm comfortable with. I'm not trying to lose all 4 accounts just because of a tiny little swing in the opposite direction, because it's just consolidating right now and hasn't chose the direction. Because I'm telling ya, the consolidation on gold would literally kill your account before it even chooses the correct direction. So, we entered into the calls for Intel. We posted everything to the Discord. So for those of you who are looking to try to track down this Intel play, the Intel play is a $40 call that expires this Friday. Each one costed about $104, and we bought 25. So we spent about $2,575 in total. Oh my God, my voice is like, what's happening? Ocean man. Let's put some music on. But yeah, good morning, everybody. Sorry, I can't scream that loud. But good morning. I hope you guys are having a good day. How was the weekend? I didn't hear nobody talk about their weekend when I asked earlier. Yeah, let me know how you guys are doing. There we go, Elijah. Oh, what the hell did I just click? Excellent, Elijah. And also, Stefan had withdrew 2,800 the other day, so that was awesome. How do you multiple account change? So basically, when you trade with futures accounts, when you're trading with a prop firm, you pay $150, and the idea is to take out 5,000 within 7 days. So again, you pay $150, and you take out 5,000 within 7 days. That's basically what I did the other day. I paid 150, I took out 5K, and then I opened up 4 more accounts, right? For 100 each instead of paying 150. And then now we have those 4 accounts. 2 of those accounts we made money on today. One of them I made 10,000. So we made 10,000 on one. One I made like 200. One I made 200, and the other one, gold is breaking my kneecaps. So we're gonna have to fix that one. We have one of them we had to fix. Everything else, no losses, and everything else is perfect. But yeah. Was that a good way to describe it? I hope it was. I hope you understand. But hell yeah, Elijah, that right there, that consistency, that's all it's about. You know, that's I shit you not, bro. If you can make $200, $300, $400 a day and call it a day, and not overtrade, you're gonna have way more profit, you know, than the average person. Also, I love how you're using TradeZilla. TradeZilla, the guy who created that, he's actually one of the only investors in the world that I truly really like to watch. He's like one of those crazy, you know, guys that make 60,000 a day, 80,000, 100K a day. Yeah, TradeZilla, I used to always watch him and follow him. I never use his programs though. Oh, you can? What in the world? You can change the colors for it? You said, will SPY actually go up to 686 or close to it? So the goal is for this to run up close to 686 for right now. And then the next goal is going to be to potentially try to get another play around number 5 if we drop down a little bit more. So we're just going to let the trade go down more against us. And then buy in for an even cheaper price, but get way more options. You know, buy like maybe 50 to 100 more options on top. Again, remember, it sounds like a lot of money, but this is only 10% of the account. So whatever we're using right now, whatever we're down on, it's only 10%. So we're still good right now. As long as we don't go over like 30%, 40%, that's when, you know, crazy stuff starts to happen. That's when you're down to 6,000, 7,000 out of nowhere, you know. But we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna put that much risk on the table. So it's impossible for us to be down that much. Again, even if we have to take a loss, so be it. I can only lose as much as I made this morning, technically. Except if Intel goes down as well. That's going to be a little extra right now. But remember, that's a scalp trade. That's not like an overnight trade. We're not trying to hold Intel for the next couple of days. We're trying to be in and out real quick. And that's all. Just get a little something, something. You got screwed today on IWM calls. You didn't make the play, but somebody called it out, and the guy was telling you was about. I don't truly get why he took this trade at 9:31, 6:54 calls. Well, honestly, if there was a trader out there that told you guys to get calls at that time, the first thing I want you to recognize is like the monthly levels, right? So first, let's look at it like this. Before I say if that was right or wrong, I don't want to blame nobody, right? But let's go take a look at where you're at on the weekly calls, right? Let's look at the purple one. The purple one looks nicer. It looks like a damn planetary system, you know? All right. So, point blank, IWM calls. How much did he buy? Or, I'm not too sure if he told you, but let me know how much he bought, and let me know how much he bought, and that's pretty much it. Just tell me how much money he used. Because then it's only going to be 2 reasons. Either he's extremely rich and he doesn't care about a simple loss, or if he's using something that's extremely, you know, like if it's overdone, I'm going to let you know and tell you it's overdone. Some people, they literally just don't know how to chill out. That's what I'm telling you guys. I'm only using $1,000 right now. I could use 20K right now. I could use the whole account. Hop into a SPX play, turn that thing to 60K, 80K, and get to my goal, you know, now instead of waiting 2 weeks. But again, that's not how you trade properly. Get it fast, lose it fast. That's how the universe works. When you get it slow, when you get it, you know, over the course of like a war, over like a battle, you know what I'm saying? Like it sticks way better. But yeah, we're gonna wait for him to let us know. And then Nathan, we already talked about it. G's, we already talked about that. Does the market want to go down more? Again, remember everybody, this is not aggressive yet. This is just your normal weekly trend. This is what SPY does every single day. So nothing aggressive has happened. You just chose number 4, stuck down towards the bottom. And then we're pretty much just waiting for you to run up towards number 2 or number 1. Now, since you consolidated by 11:30, the next thing I would like to wait for, everybody, is 12:30. Every single 30 minutes, I'm giving you guys an opportunity to basically be like, all right, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's see if we still want to hold this. Do we want to get out of this? And 30 minutes ago, we did want to hold it. We said, let's wait for 30 minutes. Now, 30 minutes later, do we still want to hold it right now, everybody? And the answer is still yes. So nothing has changed yet. Oh, no, yeah, 100%. Those colors, Elijah. You know what I did one time when I was teaching? I changed the colors of the candles. So red was green and green was red. And I kid you guys not, it looks so weird. Like, it does not look normal. Or you guys know what candlesticks I like to use? Have you guys ever used this? Heikenaishi. So Heikenaishi candles, this is what I first actually started trading with. This is how I learned how to scalp trade. It was using Heikenaishi candlesticks, and I was using the EMAs. Because you would see it, you know, you see how all this is red? And then you see how you have the one green in the middle? So what you do is you wait for 2 greens on the 5-minute, and then you hop in for the 3rd and 4th green. Put your stop loss on the 4th green, and by the 5th and 6th green, you basically just keep moving up your stop loss. But you kind of want to wait for like a large move. So I would wait for like a crazy move like this, and then I would start spotting these green candles, waiting for the bullish momentum to like seep into the trade. Because with the Heikenaishi candles, the difference with this and the regular candles is that this is an average. So it's kind of like the 200 moving average, versus regular candlesticks like this here is kind of like the EMAs. You know what I mean? It's like short term. So you kind of want to use them in correlation with one another and like mix and mingle them. You know what I mean? And like just get a feel for like what you like the best. I'm telling you guys, test it, have fun. Don't stay stuck comfortable doing one thing, because you're not going to grow. Always find comfortability and being uncomfortable is what I say. And usually the first step in doing that is trading at a different time, trading with a different trading style, and trading with different variables as compared to what you did yesterday. Because now you're going to be a little, you know what I mean, worried about it. And you're supposed to be. Just don't be too emotional. Let the trade plan out. You know what I mean? Let it pan out. Let it happen. See where you were. See what's called out. Where you went wrong. Where you went right. And then go forward. You know. But don't like jump to any conclusion without things unraveling yet. Same thing with the SPY calls right now. Again, you might just fall down all day. And if that occurs towards 1 to 2 o'clock, we're gonna make sure we get into a different play, and we're gonna make sure we make whatever X amount we lost from the first play. We'll document it. We'll speak about it. If it turns into a win, at 686, we're going to get into a put. Very cheap. For like 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. And then after we get into a put at number 1, we're going to try to see if we could play the continuation of the calls going up higher. Because I'm thinking the market just wants to keep you at the highs right now. But yeah, I'm not too sure. 1,000 contracts? You're lying. What the fuck? He bought 1,000 contracts? Oh my goodness. What in the world? Nah, he's bugging. 100% he's bugging. That is ridiculous. When have you guys ever seen me buy 1,000 of anything that early? Hell no. That is absolutely terrible. I don't know who this person is. If you want, you could privately message me their name so I could do some research on them. Because I'm building a portfolio of every single trader, investor, live streamer. I'm going to make sure I know everybody to the bone. No matter how big and small they are, Because again, it's good. It's good to know your environment. That's how you traverse. That's how you traverse in an environment correctly. Is when you know the guardrails. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. See who's at the top of the top. Who's the big dogs. Who's giving people the best advice. Because I want to see if they really are. I want to see what they're really doing. You know. Because some of these people are getting $4 million a year just to teach people, and they're only trading the same. They're trading less than I am. They're trading with less money than me, and they're charging people, you know, X amount and making $4 million a year, which is no problem, right? I'm not trying to pocket watch, but the situation here is, one, those people are suffering. Two, they're there for years and they're still not learning. Three, this individual has so much capital that he does not really need to teach. So, of course, he doesn't teach. Four, he has no classes. Five, he doesn't even pay people to teach for him. You know what I mean? So, like, there's so many people like that out there. You guys got to spot them and run away from them. Stop being so friendly with them and buddy. I did that shit like a dumbass. But honestly, it was just because he had a bigger community and I was trying to help. I was trying to get my name out there. And I wasn't trying to bite the hand that fed me. Point blank. Point blank. That's why now I'm just like, nah. You know what I mean? I'm fucking biting everybody now. Especially if it's not right. Hell no. We're not letting that shit fly. Because there's so many people that they're damaging. Hell no. Okay, out of respect, you know, for the future, because I know how big this company is going to get. Out of respect for the future, I'm just going to delete his name from the YouTube chat. But I wrote it down already. I'll do my research on him. And I'll let you know whether or not that's somebody you should stick around. Because, again, I don't want you guys to feel like I'm, you know, trying to be biased. Really, it's all from an unbiased personality. And I really want you guys to inherently know that I'm trying to do this from the kindness of my heart, point blank. Why? Because I know you guys would do this for me. If you guys had the same knowledge in terms of trading, I know there would be someone out there that would do the same thing for me. There has to be. You know, it's not just me. It's not just me. So, yeah. I'll let you know. Message me on Patreon so I can know your private name. Or message me on Mumu. Okay, alright everybody. So we're still in the calls from before. We hopped in. We're chilling right now. Eating some popcorn. Waiting for this to drop down to number 5. Or potentially head up to number 1. Where does the market really want to go, everybody? Well, let's look at the 5-day scale. Remember, look at your weekly boxes. So far in your weekly boxes, you're near the top end of this trend here. So until SPY really falls down to here, just like we said it was going to fall down to here, everybody. Remember how I told you this was how the market was going to go down lower? We drew this like in the morning when we bought into our call up here. And yeah, you've just been following the opposite idea pretty much. So I'm waiting for the ideas to shift and for this idea to be over with. But sometimes it takes some time. And again, if the idea is not over, how do we know? Well, it's going to have no problem making a new low. And then we're going to play the puts going to number 5, 6, and 7. Then we'll play the calls down here at number 7 by this green arrow. So, yeah. We're just chilling. Intel. I forgot about Intel. How's Intel doing? Let's take a look. No, of course. That's fine. Okay, so point blank, was it a good trade that individual spoke about? Because you're right, I did not mention that. I apologize. I said I was. So point blank, to get 1,000 contracts right here in the morning when you're at a high, a monthly high, a high that you recently crashed, you know, $40 from? No, that was ridiculous. At least he should have bought it above, which is where I'm looking for, just slightly above, you know, the high, but not at the same high or below it, because that's King's Point. You know, you don't want to mess with that. This is like cheap trades, you know what I mean? Because right now, if you hold and you just run right back up, I mean, yeah, it's going to, you know, obviously go in his favor, of course. The opportunity is on the board, of course. But the thing is, he bought that before the market actually concluded that it wanted to go up higher. He bought that when it was on the fence. And that's the most dangerous time to buy, because a couple days later, now you're down 90%, you know? So, yes, when he bought like that, that was very, very terrible. Yes. Because think about it. In order for me to buy even if I'm buying leaps, right? And I'm trying to buy something that says the market's going to fall down. Again, everybody, I'm not buying it here. I'm not. Because I've already bought a leap over here a couple days ago and the market fell $40. I'm not playing with this. I'm going to let it go up higher and then play the puts because I know 480 is a midpoint. I know it wants to run to 740. So I'm waiting for the 740s. I'll be real with y'all. I could wait. And then when you're at 740, just dump in like 40, 50K. Sell it for maybe potentially around 100 to 200K. And that's our game plan. That's why we've been stacking up this one account. Last time we traded with around 5K. And again, we sold everything the second you went up around 12,000, 13,000. And that was recently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in the first 10K instantly. As soon as you hit 730, 733, 736, I'm throwing in 10K instantly. As soon as you get to 739, another 10K. As soon as you get to 741, another 10K. I'm going to keep adding every $3 until I see this thing hit 749. And then past 749, I'm just going to play calls going into the 800s. But I don't think it's going to run into the 800s. Unless Powell does some stupid shit. But, we'll see. Powell's a funny guy, so it all depends. It's a learning lesson, Nathan. Listen, we could sit here and say all this stuff about what that guy did and what he was planning. And, if we're trying to be fair with him and trying to see what good he did. Yes, I understand that the market's about to jump out. I could see that maybe he was thinking that it was going to continue to break out. But that's the thing is you got to wait for it to break out first and then you play the continuation. It's like us playing puts right now, We drew this. We know the market's going to go to number 4 and run up here and fall down lower. We drew it already. We drew it, everybody. But did it do it exactly? And the answer is no. It didn't do what I drew exactly. So it's kind of like acting a little, you know what I mean? A little lukewarm right now. It's not really choosing and defining a direction. Of course, we are lower than Friday. So you're lower than the past 2 days, but you're not lower than Thursday. So in terms of the 2-week scale, you're still bullish right now. But yeah, compared to Friday, yes, you are bearish, of course. You're lower. But that's why I'm thinking you're just going to hold down here and run into the bottoms of Friday. And then tomorrow, you're probably just going to be at the same level we started at today. They're just going to probably be a little annoying with the levels. So if you guys want, you could potentially buy 5-day calls down here for the market to swing upwards. That's not a terrible idea, honestly. We might do it at the end of the day. We'll get into a cheap play. $30, $40, like the last 10 minutes. If the market doesn't run up by then, and then we'll make up for this play that we took a potential loss on today, even though we haven't taken a loss on it yet. But let's just say if it happens, now we're planning for the backup trades where we're going to make that money back and still be on, cue for us hitting our goals, even if we had to have a loss. Because the loss is normal. What's not normal is you staying stuck, being a vegetable, and not getting to that next best trade that's going to save you, You got to keep it moving, keep it moving, keep it moving. So, yeah. No, what I meant was, Nathan, what I meant was not that you were talking anything bad about him. What I meant was, before I sit here and I tell you what another man was thinking, because I don't know what that man was thinking. I'm not going to be unfair, right? I had to watch it. I had to watch it for myself, and then I can kind of have some type of depiction. But right now, to buy at that high, terrible. Yes. But it's a good learning lesson. For you, for him, for everybody who was watching. When I had a giant loss in December and I caused the whole Discord to take a loss, I did that once, I was, I got to be held accountable. I can't, be looked at greater. Even if that guy gave you a loss and I have not given you guys a single loss, I've grown, I've got better. Maybe he needs to grow too, and he needs to get better too. So, like I'm saying, it all depends how you guys want to look at it. But I will break him down in terms of, like what he does, what he talks about with the market. See if we can, place our thumb on it. And then, yeah, that's pretty much all we got to do for that. Other than that, we can move on to the next, thing. But yeah, if you guys are still in a trade from him, I think the market is going to potentially hold here and potentially run up. So I can't tell you to get out or to hold, because again, it's not something that I was looking at. But IWM is, similar to SPY in some way and similar to the NASDAQ. So You could see it hold here and potentially run up. It's just be careful, you know? If it's too much money of your account, like let's say sometimes when I get into a trade and I have $1,000 and I put $800 in and I'm down 200, I'm selling everything. I'll be real with you guys. Hell no. I'm not gonna drop to 600, 700 because then it's gonna be a tougher time for me to get back up to 1,000, which is where I just started with 5 minutes ago. So if it's a lot of money, yeah, of course, do the logical thing and just get the hell out. But make sure you write it down, post it, let the world know, because when you let the people know around you, it literally stops you from making those mistakes. When you guys try to hide it and try to act like you don't have a loss and you don't post it no more, they're going to start stacking up more. I promise you. I promise you. If you start showing the world, you show my Discord, show the students, show the Moomoo community, the trades you're getting into. I'm telling you, show them, good or bad. Don't care about what people say. If they say something, just respond nicely and move on. You're not on the same frequency as them, clearly. You know, so don't let them bring you down to that frequency if they say something. And that goes for every single one of you, you know? Consider that. People like making you, get a little emotional. People like stirring the pot a little bit. They like pushing buttons. So don't care about that. But again, make sure you understand you need to post your losses. You got to. If it's from another person and you're going to basically say that you got into the trade completely from another person, recognize that people are going to look at you a little different, you know? Even if you're getting off the trade or getting into the trades off of my trades, don't just tell people that you're getting into a trade directly just because of one person. Because any man's going to look at you and be like, what are you doing? You don't do that. No matter, you don't trust nobody. It says it in every religious text. I don't care if you guys are not religious. You guys can follow whatever you want. But in most religious texts, if you read it, break it down, and you look at it and kind of try to understand its meaning, you don't trust another man or woman in this world. I don't care. You guys don't trust me. You guys can only respect me and have trust in my actions from what I've committed, right? You can only see what I've done, see my track record, and see what it's going to do going into the future. Any one bad situation is going to rip apart anything. So make sure as you guys traverse through life, you recognize that one bad girl could ruin your whole life. One bad trade could ruin your whole life. So make sure you just don't put yourself in a position where you're going to get, absolutely bodied like that. That's it, pretty much. What's the link to my Moomoo? So if you guys are trying to join the Moomoo community, the link is going to be on my YouTube at the top. So if you guys go to let me go to my YouTube here. So go to my YouTube here. And then the top links, when you open it, it says free trades I share on Moomoo. Just to get the gears spinning, just to get the minds thinking. And then when you click it, it'll bring you to here where we have 137 people. Honestly, I want to have the biggest group on this app. The biggest group right now is like 11,000 people. I think we could bring this to like 15, 20K. It's just right now, before that happens, while we're still small and while everything is still, not out of hand right now, because yes, I want to grow and I want people to join. I know we can help people. But honestly, I'm very, very scared of this, to be honest with you guys. I just don't want too much people joining all of a sudden. So make sure you guys recognize if I pause the Patreon or if I don't let people join, it's because we got to, slowly ease into stuff. Okay. So I advise you guys to at least, look at my paper trades, look at some of my fun planning that I do for myself, which of course is not financial advice. It's only my own opinion as to my own advice, as to my own actions, right? Let me make sure that that's completely understood by everybody. And yes, make sure you join this. It's free. Make as much money as you can. SPY's going down to number 5 now. So that the second time we're going to average down is going to be at number 5. Let's go take a look at the options first. And then we're going to take a look at Intel right after. Okay, so the options are at the price that we were looking for, which is around $12 to $13. This is for the 686s again. Remember that. So this is going to be the last time we average down. We bought, how much did we buy it for? Let me check real quick. So we bought 10 at first, and then we bought 25 right after for $28. The average is 53. So right now, we're going to buy 50 options, which is going to cost just $600. Sounds like a lot because it's $10. But again, we're going to buy 50 of them right here, right now. The next thing we're going to do is look at the average. We just got to wait for it to update. My nose is so itchy. Oh my God. Oh my God. What in the world? Okay, so our average is now at $27. We dropped it from 53 to 27. And now each of the options are at $13. So boom, everybody. We're creeping and crawling real close. We're almost out of here. Just a few more, averaging down maybe. Maybe one more time. Maybe in another 30 minutes because it's still only 12 o'clock. It's still early. I want to see what happens when it flips up to number 3 or 2 here. Excellent, excellent. So we're still under budget, right? Excellent. And our average is right there at 28. Oh, yeah. All right. And then the Intel is break even still. So the Intels are not going down. Looks like we might have an opportunity here. We just got to give SPY a second. We're playing the Intel calls based off of the fact that SPY is going to potentially hold at number 4. That's why we're playing Intel right now, everybody. Remember, I only trade the rest of the S&P based off of what the SPY is doing. That's how I trade any stock. First, I look at SPY first. I correlate it with one another. And then, yeah. I just try to buy in at, like, kind of a low level. It doesn't have to be the best area, you know. Just like something low. You might be down a little bit throughout the day. But then when the move happens, when the direction occurs, which is like around 12 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock, we go from there pretty much. So since the bottom right there is at 12 o'clock, right, everybody? I'm thinking that this is going to be the bottom, and I'm thinking that the market is going to run up consistently to another high. Why? Because 12 o'clock was exactly at the bottom. So now I'm thinking maybe like 1:30, we're going to be at like number 3 or number 2. Just using the time trading style that I've created for you guys. We got to give it a cool name. Let's give it a cool name right now. Let's name it with everybody. What do you guys want to name this? It's like the 30-minute trading style. Every 30 minutes a move occurs. But I don't know what name to give it. I want it to be cool, like King's Point. Let me think. I don't know. What do you guys think? I kind of want you guys to make the name. You trying the emoji? He said 50% loss on SPY calls. Yep. With SPY losing money. Link to your Mumu. Yep, we already sent the link to the Mumu. So remember, G's, remember to watch my YouTube video. If you guys don't have the YouTube trading styles on the screen, it's going to start, adding up in terms of losses. Remember, I created that private class and I turned it public specifically for you guys so that you could learn before you join the Discord, just so you could see if things work. The trading style that I have on my screen is only going to be my screen. So let's just say if I'm looking at another company or I'm not looking at the SPY, I don't want you guys to not be able to see what's going on. So again, just recognize that you are going to be basically gambling unless you could buy off of 4 and 5, which is what we were referring to in the morning. That's the reason why we didn't post it on Momo yet. And we posted it just to the Discord. Just because, again, the Discord students know how to, average down. We've basically did the same thing for the last 2 weeks in a row. The market has done this exact thing against us every other day. But every single time, we've ended up profitable. Again, today could be the day. But we still have to highlight the fact that it was every day we were basically down and we turned it into a profitable trade. So the reason why we do this and not just wait for 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock is because you guys are going to trade anyways. So at least if you guys are going to trade, it might as well be in a setting where it's structured. You know what I mean? Even if you have to average down, because it's not the end of the day yet. It's not the end of the trade yet. You're so good at dollar cost averaging now. I'm telling y'all, it's a skill. It's such a good skill to have. It changed my world completely. Let me tell y'all. It made me so excited to trade because it was like, boom, I throw in $100. Like, this is how I used to trade 5 days for SPY. When I first traded ever, I'll buy one of them for like 170. I'll buy another one for like 100. I'll buy another one for like 90. I'll sell all 3 of them for like 310. You see what I'm saying? I was never buying at the best location ever. Never. But I was making it work every time. That's for sure. That's for sure. So yeah, think about it like that. Don't never put all your money in. You don't need to do that. Slow money, low money, small money is always gonna be how you get to the big money. Not having big money to make big money, because how are you gonna know how to structure it and how to organize it if you've never had a large amount of capital before in your life? You got to do it through the small stuff, because then with the small stuff, it's just scaling pretty much for the bigger stuff. With, of course, the added extra cost like fees and certain aspects, I guess. Yeah. As you start making more and more money, there are more fees and more things that start to slap your wrist that you have to pay attention to, of course. But yeah, it's not too crazy. It's nice and easy. Nice and easy, everybody. But Lim, I'm very happy you started to average down a little bit slower. Your cost went down from $110 to $22 each. Oh my god. Yo, that's crazy. It's like you literally went from being across the block in a whole nother country, and now you're knocking on the front door of that option. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going nowhere. That's what you guys have to do every day with SPY. Whenever you have an idea, again, just don't be too aggressive, but you're not letting SPY go nowhere. You're going to keep watching it. Let it go down lower, then you're going to average down. Like right now, why would I average down when we bought here and then we bought down here? You know what I mean? I got to wait 30 minutes, an hour, and then I'll think about it. For right now, we did what we had to do, and yeah, now we wait. Same stuff as earlier, You lost 4K that day? Damn. Yeah, just try to control that, everybody. Remember, you guys will never see me put more than $1,000 into a SPY option that's a 0 day, even if I have $1 million in my bank account. $1,000 is all you need, $1,000 a day. Like, think about it for a second. Do the math, right? $1,000, let's say $1,200 a day, times 250 trading days in a year. Again, 250. That right there is 300K. That's not bad money. That's not bad money at all. And think about it. You could do that with $1 million. So with $1 million, think about that for a second. Just really think about that. If you have $1 million and you trade with $1,000 or $2,000 every day, and you literally sell every time at 40%, 30%, or let's be more realistic. Let's say you're a millionaire, you have 3K, right? And in the trade, so you have 3K in the trade right now, and with the 3K, you sell it for, let's just say 25%, right? So of course, 50% of 3K would be 1,500, 25% is going to be 750, right? That means you went from, using 3K that day, you made an additional $750, right? Which means that technically, if you're trying to get a 25% trade, you would use 4K. So using about 4,000 every single day and selling for 20% would get you to 300K within basically a year. Crazy, right? That's what I'm telling you guys. The problem most millionaires have, the problem most of these traders have, is they just want to go buck wild, throw the whole 60K into the shit, throw the whole 80, throw the whole 90. But you guys got to understand, if you're out the game, you're out the game. You can't play this game with us no more. This is a game of longevity. You got to stay solid and you can't lose. You can't get kicked out the game. It's not about taking a loss. It's not about being hard-headed and letting that play sit in the trade because you don't care if you lose that money. No. That's not having enough faith and commitment in your own body. That's not having enough want. When you're just like that. Don't do that. Be smart with it. Be logical. I know you guys are intelligent. You don't have to have me tell you that. But it's just sometimes you got to have a little slap upside down the head. Sometimes I need that, And if I could do that for you guys and tell you guys, like, that's not how we do things around here. This is how we do it. That's all I could do, So as long as you guys accept that and honor it as it being commendable, not being a little blunt and not being too aggressive. I love you guys, all right? Your flu is going full blown 24 hours. I don't even know what I have, honestly. No, but yeah, I'm telling you guys could become rich. You guys could do it. Just stick to the small trades, small consistency. Get the safety net of 5K, 10K. Get your futures account. Nibble, 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 nibble. Right? Take out your first 3K, 5K payout, just like how I did the other day. After just 7 days of me doing it, right? You could take out the same amount. Just trade with me at night. Remember, I started more accounts. I have small accounts. I have smaller accounts than you guys have now. So with these smaller accounts, I can help you guys once again. Because my bigger account, it's a little bit different in terms of how I trade and how I get into stuff. It's a little bit more aggressive. So you guys can't really follow that one right now. But with the other small accounts we opened up, yeah, you guys can follow that. So make sure you recognize that. Remember, it's only $100 for an opportunity for you to make 5,000 if you guys can do the prop firms. And you can take out money every week, once a week. 5K is the max though. You can't take out more than 5. And once you take out 5 weeks in a row, they call you up to a live trader. So now they'll let you trade on their platform. You can go live for them. You can, you know what I mean? If you guys want to do that, I mean, I might consider doing it. But if they tell me like I got to do it consistently, I'm not doing it. It's under my own discretion, you know? Same thing like Mumu. Mumu told me they wanted me to go live on their platform. And honestly, I was not going to do it for free. Honestly. I know how it sounds, but that's how my brain was back then. I should have took it. I should have took it and I should have did it. It's just back then my brain was like, I'm not trying to sell myself short. I know what I'm worth. But I'm so stupid because I could have built my community. Because now I'm literally building my community on their app, but without their help now. So it's kind of like, it's whatever. You know, it happens. Okay, so what advice do you need? Should you cut losses? You have no money to average down? Wait, geez, is this the first time you got into any trades? Because we're gonna turn this into a learning lesson right here across the board. Because again, if we can't turn one lesson to a learning lesson, there's gonna be more lessons that we're gonna have to learn here. So to ensure that we don't have to learn more lessons later on, everybody, let's go through this lesson. The 686s, same ones that we're currently holding right now. Let's talk about it. Let's dissect it. Let's see what happened. Let's see what's going on, right? First of all, first thing I had to say is this the first day you're trading with us, or is this like the first couple days? Just so I can have an understanding of, you know, what you might have seen in terms of trading styles or whatever. Which Intel call? Yeah, so the Intel call right now, we're up $200 on it. The 40 strike price. By the way, how's everybody on Discord? I'm talking about the RSI, Cody. By the way, make sure you guys understand that when you guys take out profit, or whenever you guys have profit, just make sure you take out something for your bank account, you know? Even if you're not going to spend it, just, again, build your safety net. The idea is just to have enough in your bank account, so, you know what I mean? Just in case things just don't rock the bed. Okay, so he said, no, this is not my first time. You just put in a small amount. We didn't have money to average down. But you get what you mean by small and lower the cost after. Exactly. That's like most plays. So what I want you to do from here on out, G's, is it's fine if that turned into a loss. And it's fine if you have no more capital to average down. First thing, write down the fact that whenever we get into our plays, we always have an opportunity to average down 1 to 3 times. So write that down. Once you write that down, the fact that if you get into any play, you just want to average down 3 times, the next thing I want you to write down is, even if I average down 3 times, I average down so far twice. That's still under 10% of my whole entire account. Just the SPY, not including the Intel. Intel makes it a little bit over 10%. It's like 15, 16. But again, just the SPY trades that we're currently in right now, that one option, it's 10%. So the first thing I'm going to tell you is, why didn't you just use 10%? Is it because the option was too expensive? Just so I can understand like what you were thinking, you know, just so we could try to go forward properly. Because remember, you got to be in problem solving mode if you're going to be a trader. You got to fix everything and self-reflect. Okay, so let's see what's going on over here. Which Intel call? Yeah, we talked about that one. Intel calls, yep. We're going to hold that for a little bit longer. Trying to see if we can hold Intel for when SPY jumps up to number 3. Since you're not going through number 5 right now, you know what I mean? It kind of looks like you're just holding on top of number 5, especially since that was at 12 o'clock. You're still following the time trading style pretty nicely. First couple days, yes, got it. Okay, but it's best to cut losses right now. So, honestly, when I first average down, when I'm down 60%. So that's the first time I average down usually. That's how I teach all students. Average down at minus 60. Today, when we average down, yes, it was because of the percentage. That's one thing. But then the second thing is the reversal points. So again, because at number 4, we were down X amount, we decided to average down to number 4, and the same thing with number 5. However, if number 5, let's just say we were down the same amount, we were down over here, number 4, we wouldn't have averaged down right here. We would have waited for this to fall down lower. You see? So we're actually perfectly situating ourselves with how the market trends. So this is really nice. But yeah, it's up to you. It's your call, you know? Do you want to sell out at 60%, turn this into a learning lesson? So going forward, you make sure that every single trade you get into, you have enough to average down on? Or do you want to just hold for another hour or two? Do you think the market's going to flip up midday? And if you think it's going to flip up, to what point do you think it could flip up to? And be logical, right? Be reasonable. Because you did go down a little bit more from number 4, right? So it might be a little bit harder to yank all the way up to the sky, but this is still a proper trend. This is not too aggressive yet, is what I want you guys to understand. When you go below number 5, that's when it gets crazy. That's when it starts becoming like, all right, like this is going to be a $10 potential day. You know what I mean? Right now, it's still literally $4. $4 or $5, which is the awesome part. Because then you know what happens, right? You're just going to rip up $2.50 from the bottom and end up running. By the way, that's how I always time the market. You guys know how I taught you guys how to use the box trading styles? I literally just measure the box, top to bottom. Where's the midpoint? Number 3. So that's why I know it's going to run up here. It's always going to be the same shit, by the way. If you fall from opening price, I kid you not, if you fall from opening price to number 5, it's always the same thing. Every single time. So it's kind of funny. But yeah. We're still waiting for this. And sometimes it'll get up to like right here, and then it'll like stop. So we'll be very careful here. We might just cut losses like right around there. But yeah, it's still early. It's still early, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's see what's going on over here. She broke below. You're averaging down at 5. Excellent. Depending on what time. Yeah, damn, Hoover. I thought. Wait, didn't you say you were gonna stop trading 0 days? I'm confused now. But what are you trading, Hoover? Because remember last time when you had taken that $20,000 loss, we had basically spoke about using only like 1,002K per day. Are you still doing that? 50 contracts. That sounds like. Did you buy it for like what, $15 or something? Or is it? Don't tell me it happened again. You gotta be honest with us, Hoover. All right, everybody, get ready to attack Hoover on his answer. Everybody, look at what Hoover just said. Again, for those of you on YouTube, this is what you're gonna have to deal with when you join the Discord. When you do something you know you're not supposed to. Again, I'm not gonna be nice to you because now that's too much now. That's taking kindness for granted now. So we got to change this now. So I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to let you guys say something. So whatever you guys want to say to Hoover, if you guys did something similar, state your case, state that you did the same thing, that you traded SPX, that you did something, again, that I have banned you guys from doing. You guys cannot trade SPX until I give you the okay. Somebody traded SPX when they weren't supposed to. That's basically what occurred here. So we got to sound the alarms. Sound the alarms, everybody. It's over now. We're going to have to talk about this a little bit more now. So, Hoover, go ahead and post that in the losses category whenever you get a chance. Everybody's going to respond. They're gonna give you a moment. They're going to see what your decision was, why you got into it, what you bought, why you decided to hold, why you decided to buy, that much contracts or whatever it is, why you averaged down, at what points did you average down. You got to break down the whole thing. Again, even if this turns into a loss, you're not going to want to break it down, but that's going to be the one reason why you don't grow. So if this turns into a loss, just understand it's for a reason. All right, brother? It's for a reason if this turns into a loss. And you promised everybody, Hoover. So make sure you understand how they feel, You promised them you weren't going to do that. And I'm going to state that out loud because I want you guys to remember that. You promised. You promised me. So let us know what you're going to do to change. Post this in the notes and the mistakes. We're going to have everybody comment on what you did. And then we're going to go forward from here. We're not going to get stuck. Because that's not who we are. That's not what we do. We learn. We get better. But we don't just let shit fly for no reason. There has to be a learning lesson, of course. Okay. So we'll go from there. Let's check the Intel trade again. Intel. Yo, was there ever an Intel ad? Why do I feel like there was like an Intel, like a jingle? You know what I mean? I kind of want to play music right now with you guys. By the way, cough, cough. I need your guys' help. I need everybody's help. Can you, amazing ladies and gentlemen, go over here and go to playlist, go to chips and guac, and could you guys add some music? I need some music for everybody. We need some music for the whole team. And yeah, you could I'm pretty sure you could edit it. Let me check. I think anybody could add music to this. Edit. Public. Collaborators. Anybody could vote. What the fuck does this mean? Collaborators only. How do I make you guys collaborators? Anybody can search for this and view. Everybody, I guess, right? That's the Intel jingle. I don't know why that just popped into my head. That's so weird. All right, everybody. So let me know if you can actually add music to this. How do I send this? How do I share a playlist? I don't know how to send this. Wait, let me click edit again. Was the link here? No? Description? Huh. Maybe I gotta click it and then it's just here. I think that just works like that. Alright, so let me know if you guys could add music to this. Because I never checked. Literally add any type of music and I'll organize it. Some of the music is trash, I know. I just added pretty much whatever I saw at first. Na 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 na. Okay, let's post this here. So hit the 116 point. If tomorrow stays above the 1/8, we can assume that we will want to hit the upper 16 point. Just like that. Just like that, Lim. Excellent. That's basically exactly what I'm thinking right now for the rest of the day and into tomorrow. Just like that. Let's show everybody. Okay, everybody, remember, Lim just joined the Discord about, it's almost a week now. So he's been here for less than a week. And I want you guys to see what his idea was. Because it's an awesome idea. So he has the back structure. We had one-on-ones. We went over the one-on-ones. We did the charting. We went through the charting, just in case you guys were wondering. We did speak. He did have a good enough of the charts done beforehand. Again, which is what I look for, the opportunity of a person being able to just, copy something. But then we fine-tuned it. We talked. He had his own idea today. We didn't talk last night. So this is his own idea right now. You could see that you fell down to the 116th point perfectly today, and you stopped. So yes, if it holds right now, today or tomorrow, you're going to hit the top one. But my option, like, you know how I'm playing with everybody, like the calls? We're basically playing for like this 1/8 point right here, which is like half of the move that you fell. So that's so cool because we averaged down, we now have an opportunity to actually make more money than we would have made if the market held here and just snapped up to here. You would have only made around $600-700. So potentially we might have an opportunity here for the market to start running towards the sky. If you go below the 116th point though, you're gonna hit this 1/4. So he has all the levels on his screen organized and dotted and plotted, and he knows what this market could do. Up, down, sideways. So he's going to be more confident. And then as he does this the next week, 2 weeks, within 3 weeks of him being here, he's going to be at the same level that some people, took 6 months to get here because they weren't focused or really trying. But again, that just shows you the true human ability. You guys are really amazing, every single one of you. No, it doesn't matter if you can't do something because you don't know. Lim didn't know the other day. He learned all this recently. He was literally telling me how it was a lot of stuff. It was a lot of information. It was all over the place. And boom. Look at that. So whenever you guys need me, call me. Call my phone. You guys all have my phone number. Every single one of you get my phone number when you're in the Discord. Just please do not, send my phone number out there. But again, you guys get my actual personal phone number. So you can call me whenever. Literally right now, whoever calls me right now, if you need help, call me. That's how this is going to work. That's why the Discord is like this extra added benefit. Also, I was trying to be funny. You know how you have in Monopoly the get out of jail free card? I was trying to like create a situation like that. It sounds so childish, but yeah. That's why I allow you guys to call me, is because, it's supposed to be like a get out of jail free, you know what I mean? Anything happens, anything occurs, just let me know. I'll arrive with the helicopter, pick you guys up, and boom. Japan had a severe earthquake right now? It did? No way. Wait. Trigger tsunami. Holy shit. Where is it at? Let's see. Okay, that's kind of far. That's not too close. It's just going to affect the northern half. So Tokyo's right here at the bottom. Tokyo's going to be good, I believe, unless that thing starts swooping around. But yeah, that's crazy. Level 5 almost. That's right now? Holy shit. God damn. Yeah, 53 minutes ago. Wow. I'm wondering what... Let me see, how far is Hawaii from Japan? Can Hawaii might get hit by that. If it just goes... But then again, I don't know the ocean's currents. I know the wind currents, but I don't know the ocean's currents. The wind currents are actually pretty cool to learn, if you guys want to learn them. I learned it because I was always wondering, like, if there's a volcano that explodes, like, how fast is it going to, spread throughout the world? And, like, where would you want to go? Like, would you go to a cave? Would you go to another country? Would you go north into Canada, south into Mexico? That's wild. I hope they're good, though. My friend that I actually, chop it up with is from Japan. He's like, Because that's literally what I was about to say. I was about to text him right now and call him. But yeah, so oh my god, no, that is extremely close to Japan actually, to Tokyo. Yeah, that's really close to Tokyo. Holy fuck. Yokohama. So yeah, he's like in the bay. He's like over here to the left. So I think he should be good because of all this land to the right. That's like Chiba and like all those other cities like nearby. It's crazy. I know more cities in Japan than I do in like in the US. But nah, yeah. That's wild. I hope they're fine. I'm gonna text my friend right now actually. Give me a second. Wait, what time is it right now in Japan? He's like 12 hours ahead of me. Is your trade strategy mainly reversals instead of following trends? It's both. It's following trends and properly being able to have a certain like reversal strategy. So it's like boom, you're trading the continuation of something, right? Which is we're trading the continuation of the uptrend from the last 3 days because you're still above Thursday's low. You just fell down below Friday's low. So technically you're only bearish on the 2-day scale. You know, you're not really bearish per se, which means that you could have a large swing to the upside here. So yeah, whenever we get trends like this, it's a different type of a trend, you know? But yeah, that's why we're waiting to play the calls going up higher. Or like, for example, remember how I told you guys, in order for us to play puts going lower, you got to fall below number 5, hit number 5, and then fall down. Do you guys see how it's staying above number 5 right now? Well, for me, that's a telltale sign that the market is holding right now. Because it does not want to get above, or sorry, not above, but does not want to get below number 5 and do the continuation of the downside. Because all we have to do is wait for it to hit number 6. It runs up to number 5. We buy puts here. It falls down to number 7. And we'll pretty much make back everything from the other play with just that one play right there. So yeah, let's see what happens. If that happens, we'll make money there. If it doesn't happen, we'll just continue making money the other way. Having backup plans like that usually cements your growth day to day. You took profit on Intel? Excellent. Excellent, everybody. On Intel, we're up 20%, $500. I'm going to go ahead and take profit. Excellent, everybody. Just like we wanted. Just had to wait a little bit longer for that one. But yeah. Plus the other trade from Intel earlier. Now we made almost $2,000 on Intel. 21%, I'm selling it. I'm not even going to decide to sell it. I'm not even going to look at Intel. I'm gone. 22%, everybody. Come on, 570. There we go. So that right there made our SPY trade from earlier completely free now. Because we made 1,000 earlier. And then now that was another basically $600. In terms of the SPY 686 calls, we paid $2,400 for everything. So again, today we made about $1,400. So we have about $1,000. One more 1,000 that we have to make, and then this option is completely free. And boom. So if you have a smaller account, same way. Just scale it downwards. So if you have $100, $200, $300 right now, what you want to do is just focus on buying like 1 or 2 trades, you know, $10, $15, $20. Try to see if you could sell it for like 50 or 60 because you did an extreme trend to the downside. So we're definitely going to get a nice little retracement to the upside as long as you don't go below number 5. So as long as you're buying slightly above number 5, if it wants to go below it, you're not going to be down that much. So you could just sell it for a little loss before it hits 6, 7 and something crazy, you know, if you're going to get calls around here. So that's like the logical way to go about doing this. I was wondering how come I'm not in the puts for getting the past weekly trend. No, yeah, exactly. You guys have to understand. We were, you know, playing back and forth calls and puts the whole week last week. So what I don't do is I don't repeat what I did last week. I'm not going to just do it again and again and again because you're going to do something large. You know what I mean? Like if you're falling into the trends of last week, something large is going to happen, which makes sense because FOMC is in 2 days. So this is like preparing for it. You know what I mean? It's like just getting you ready, really. So that's why I think it's still gonna hold and run up. You know, I don't think it's really gonna choose the downside yet. If it does, it will surprise me, honestly. Because then what we might get is that would be hilarious, actually. If you just fall out the sky like $10 more, and then tomorrow you fall down 10, because then you would just run back right back up on FOMC. Remember, if you're at the high, you're gonna fall on FOMC. If you fall below and you fall before FOMC, you tend to run up during it. So it's kind of like opposite type of thing. Is it true that 3 a.m. Trump is going to speak about tariff announcements? That could definitely happen. I don't usually follow Trump or none of the news, though. I wait for my sources to post, and then I just read what they post, and that's pretty much all. Remember, news does not dictate a market. It simply speeds it up. News does not dictate any market. It speeds up the trend that was always meant to happen. So let's say 3 weeks prior to a massive news report coming out, the trends were really setting up really nicely, and you were running up a crazy amount. My fault, give me a second. I gotta sneeze. Oh my goodness. Ah, that had me twitching when I sneezed right there. But yeah, everybody, so that's the reason why we're not playing puts right now. It's because point blank, FOMC's in 2 days. The market's at the top of a range in terms of the weekly. Right now, you fell to the bottom today. So as you were falling from the top of the range towards the bottom of the range, which let me show you my other screen. So again, look at it like this. This is like the top of the range where we were buying the puts before a couple weeks ago. And you're basically here yesterday and this morning. So the fact that you fell down from here to here is like the start of something. It's not the conclusion yet, though. Tomorrow will be the conclusion. So if tomorrow continues falling and we go down to here, we might have a damn problem. Because now you're going to be in an even weirder scenario for FOMC. What I want to see occur here is basically this. By the end of the day, you do something like this, run up to here or something, overnight. You basically start up at a higher high, and then you literally fall down tomorrow. Stay towards the highs, maybe you do the same thing as today. And then towards Wednesday, I'm thinking, again, you have a potential opportunity for you to crash. So if you collapse on Wednesday, that would look something like this here. Basically, that's where I think the market's going to fall down to. And then, of course, when you play the puts, when we sell out down here, when we play calls, we're just going for a little scalp. Just like how we did for an Intel, we played the massive level with more money, closer strike price, and then at the end, we go in for one more trade when we sell our trade for a little reversal, and we just get out. It's like a little two-piece, you know what I mean? And then after all that, you back away. You back away. You back away, you back away, you back away, and you don't do nothing. Give it 2-3 more days. If it falls down even lower, down to here, right? You buy the options because, again, you bought puts up here, sold it, bought calls here, sold it. Then you give it a couple days. If it continues to fall, wait till you hit these past lower levels. The reason why I'm buying down here is because it's the bottom of the purple. Why am I buying at the bottom of the purple? It's because when you fell at the bottom of the purple on October 10th, you held and ran up to the top. Then you hit the midpoint, fell straight back down to this midpoint, ran straight back up to this quarter point, straight back down to the bottom point, straight back down to the midpoint, and then you've just been falling since Friday. So this has been one of the best charts we've ever created this year. And it originated from right here. August 1st to August 15th. It was perfect. It was like the first was the low and the 15th was like a crazy high. $30. It was like amazing, let me tell ya. Perfect, literally perfect. And we just keep using that till now. So of course, going into the high, Yeah, I'm thinking this market is going to potentially do something a little stupid here. It's going to probably do something like this, and basically destroy everybody's contracts. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I'm not going to have you guys put too much capital right now. Because, yeah, I'm looking for something like this here, you know what I mean? I just want to see which road it takes. Is it going to take the slow one? Is it going to take the really fast one? Or is it going to take the extreme one? Because if it takes the extreme one, like this, that means you're going to basically end up collapsing the second you hit somewhere up here. So if you run up quicker, you're gonna fall quicker. If you take a while to run up, you take some time, you do it over the course of a couple days, right? You absorb stuff, you slowly DCA into it. Everybody's DCAing, the whole market's DCAing. Once you get something like that, that's when you really want to start kind of like thinking about playing. Like up and down, back and forth, is when you're able to DCA into stuff. So for now, just test yourselves, everybody. Remember, if the market moves slow and it runs up not that fast into the 700s, it could mean that we're going to fall down again soon. You know what I mean? You might get another drop down here. And that's what I'm looking for right now, really. I want this drop really bad. Because I made so much in this other one, I'm just going to throw in my profit here. I'm literally just going to throw in the whole entire amount I made over here when we played the calls from down here. Throw the whole entire amount here. Average down here if it wants to fall down to the same location because that's all profit. And then try to see if we can hold here for a nice little jump. Sell it right away. We're not holding it for a long time. Sell it. Then let it run up to here. And then we'll start playing the calls again when you're in this realm. But for now, I'm thinking, yeah, this is a really good play. Straight down to here, then straight back up to right there. That's a nice little 2-piece. Maybe even a 3-piece. Who knows? Maybe even a 4-piece McChicken. McChicken? 4-piece McChicken. It is made out of the McChicken, I guess. Did you guys know that? The chicken nuggets, they use the other damn. They use like all the same meat. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong about that. I'm pretty sure one of my friends that used to work at McDonald's told me that. Yeah, that's just disgusting. Intel. Intel is definitely my favorite company. Let me tell y'all, I love trading me some Intel. That's for sure. We're up $400 on target for 2026. Currently, target's at 93. We bought this contract when target was at 80. So you're up $13 right now. Let me know if you guys want to take a look at that. I'll show you. And then remember, for the SPY trade, we're still waiting right now. We want to see if this is going to drag itself out a little bit more. We're going to see if it's going to get below number 5, or we could start playing the continuation of downside, which again, everybody, that's why we haven't played the puts yet. It's because how we trade is we wait for the market to conclude, confirm, and once it confirms, we then play. So because of yesterday and the day before, you're bullish, and because you didn't go below number 5, you're not bearish yet for today. Does that make sense? Just because of those two reasons. Oh, hell no. Yeah, they definitely don't sell real meat. That's for sure. That's for sure. You know what I found out? I found out that they were giving pigs cardboard to eat it. So, like, they would have pigs inside the factory, and the pigs would just be eating cardboard. I don't know how the fuck that shit turned into energy, or I don't know, but yeah. That's crazy how a pig can eat anything, literally. Like, that's the most wildest thing in the world. I remember learning about that when I was growing up in New York, where they had, like, they'll feed you to the pigs and shit like that. Like, the old mobs used to say that. I never understood that. And then I saw a movie, and I was like, what the fuck? These people are insane. But yeah, that always just, I don't know. The way they take care of animals. First of all, I don't even know how the fuck it even gets that far. You know, when they're not using proper, techniques and whatnot. Shit, in Japan, I swear, when I eat the food over there, I'm not trying to say Japan's any better, or they're not, hiding some stuff, or you don't know. I don't know, so I'm not going to say I know. But the way that food tastes when you're in Japan, all I'm going to say is people like making the jokes about, you know, eating cats and dogs and shit like that, or mice and shit like that. But the steak they got over there, that Wagyu steak, there's no fucking mouse that's gonna look like a damn Wagyu piece of steak, you know? So that steak is so amazing. Oh my goodness, I'll be dreaming about it even over here when I'm in New York. I've tried to go to the Japanese spots in New York, but the meat they use is definitely from America. Because I hate eating American steak. I can't eat it. As soon as COVID happened, steak and chicken started tasting way different to me. How do I know? Because I'm a picky ass eater, and that's the only thing I can eat. That's literally the only, I can't eat cheese. I can't drink milk. I can't none of that. So, that when I collect, but when I'm getting protein, it's mostly from like, you know, meat, red meat, chicken, potatoes and shit like that, avocados, right? And yo, the way meat tasted right after COVID, I don't care what nobody says, they did something to it. I don't care what nobody says. For sure they did something to it. Or maybe whoever I was getting, like maybe where New York's getting their meat from, or whoever farm, or I don't know, somebody did something. That shit is not right. Like, that shit makes me throw up now. I kid you not. The only way I could eat steak is if I'm in Japan eating Wagyu. That's it. Yeah, but you guys know what they were trying to do. Beyond Meat and all that shit. You guys know what they're trying to do with the damn factories and all the farms in the US. Come on. Only if you're like a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old, you know, I would see that you would understand. I think every single one of you, even if you're not from the US, literally, in case you haven't been able to tell over the news or over the events, because I mean, yeah, why how would a person be able to tell when the US is just so all over the place? But all the farmland is getting bought up by Chinese and by Bill Gates. They're not trying to have farmers farm no more. They want it all to be controlled. And they're going to put Beyond Meat, fake meat, and that's their goal right now. That's why they're buying up all the land. But nobody's paying attention to that. And people are talking about it, but nobody's doing nothing about it. They're just letting these people fucking do their thing. And what is BlackRock doing? Same thing with pretty much the housing sector. You guys remember how single family homes were taxed under a certain rate? Well, what happened was, over the course of COVID, when the housing stuff started going crazy, what they did to the tax code was they fixed it so that people who were buying multifamily homes, you would get taxed at a different rate, or you would have less ability to nullify your taxes, which meant that only single family homes were really able to have the full package deal. So you know what they did? They bought whole portfolios of 100,000 houses, 200,000 houses. Not the house that costs 100,000. I'm talking about 100,000 homes that cost $1 million. That's what they did. They're buying up all the single family homes now, because that they're trying to, you know, pay attention to the tax code, and nobody's paying attention to this stuff. That's why nobody can buy nothing no more. That's why all the prices are crazy. That's why there's so many homeless. That's why, you know what I mean? It's so all over the place. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And by the way, this is all public knowledge. This is all stuff that you could watch from your own very news channels, believe it or not. You was in New York yesterday? Oh, word? Rockefeller Center? Nah, yeah, I don't like, I'm not a tourist type of person. So like, I don't like going to New York and seeing the ball and seeing the tree and all that. Nah, I'm good. I mean, I'll do that maybe when I have a family or something, but nah, yeah. I love New York, but again, I don't like being in a place where there's mad people like that. Mad like bumping, you know, shoulder to shoulder. Nah. Kid change everything silo? No, 100%. That's 100%. I'm wondering how I'm going to change when I have kids. You guys know that, right? I have no idea. I mean, maybe some of you know. No, definitely. But like how specific? Like, I'm always wondering like how am I going to change? Like, what am I going to do differently? How am I going to? Am I going to speak differently? Am I going to be less blunt? Am I going to be less, you know, stern on stuff? Like, or am I going to be more stern on stuff? I don't know. I can't wait for it though. You still talk like a sailor? That's one of the things I want to change. I don't want to be cursing like crazy. I want my child to be as, you know, innocent as possible. I'm talking about no iPad, no phones, no nothing until either one of them is at least 12, 16, 18. No social media, definitely until you're 18 plus. I already have been through that. And I don't care what nobody says. I'm a very logical person. That is not good for a kid. No social media. They have, pornographic material on YouTube ads. What do you guys think they're going to have on Instagram and all and TikTok and hell no. Hell no. I can't believe I saw this video the other day and it was a YouTube ad. Barely anybody saw it. It had barely any views. Like somebody just paid for it. But like that's what a bunch of sick people are doing. They're literally just paying for ads just so kids could probably see that stuff, They're basically doing what some countries are doing. I'm not going to say what countries are doing this, but do your research. There's a certain country right now that you know what they do? They change the TV station and they put porn on the TV so when the kids see it, it instantly rewires their brain. They do it at times when their parents are home, when everybody's watching TV. I'm not going to say what country it is. Research it. These people are so disgusting. But that's what they do. That's how sick the world is. They want to make more people sick. They're just like, all right, I'm sick. I'm fucked up in the head. Let's mess up more people. Same thing with these YouTubers that trade stocks. Same thing with them. They're sick in the head. They don't really want to help people. They love not helping people. Come on now. They get energy from that. That's these demonic forces. Because if you don't get energy from that, what are you getting energy from? What is the positives here? Are you just stacking up your bank account? Or are you helping other people? Do you have a consistent, set of, let's just say if one student fails, is there 100 students passing? Like what is the pass rate? What is the success rate? When people, they pay you or they learn from you. It's all these things, everybody. It's all these things, I'm telling ya. And it makes me very heated, I gotta say something about it because I ain't being quiet. This is something that you guys have to watch out for. This is what's gonna cause you some problems. So yeah, as long as you recognize that. Let me check this SPY option now. We're at $13 still. Same price we bought it for earlier. I'm wondering when they're going to make transfers quicker because they started changing the banking system. So transfers and stuff like that end up going through a little bit quicker now. But I'm wondering when that's going to get to the point where it's like instant. You know what I mean? I'm waiting for that, honestly. So like SPY's 830 calls. You got to live somewhere. Do I think people will follow if I just say some stupid calls in Mumu? Yes. They're not people. I cannot expect people to hear my calls in Mumu. Like most of the time when I'm trying to test people, I'll give them a crazy call and then I'll see what they do. So like for example, Hoover was a perfect example today. I'm always going to buy at a certain point every day, every time with a certain amount of risk on the table. And what I want to see is people that are going to make the same mistake that Hoover did. I'm waiting for it basically because that tells me who's not doing the work from the previous night. You know what I mean? Because they wouldn't do that because they know what we talked about yesterday night. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I even have my charts up all night. Even if somebody's looking at my charts and they join in late, they'll see the ideas. Or if you look at my last post on Discord and you see my trades and where I'm looking to get into the next trade, because we already explained all that. So that's what I look for. But yeah, Mumu, I can't expect people there to do that. I can expect people from my Discord to do that, because they're paying me. But from Mumu, I can't expect that. I can't expect them to learn from that, so I'm not going to post those types of trades there that are a little bit more risky, a little bit more like the first trade today. We did not post the SPY trade until we hit number 4, where it went from risky territory to safe. And then look where the market's running up now. Exactly where my green arrow is. Exactly where we talked about, right? So it's the same thing every day. There's not one day that's different. You just took profit out on the calls? Excellent. There we go, family. Look at that. The SPY options are now at break even, and we're about to start making some extra money. Let's see if this falls here. Remember, stop losses, if you're profitable and you're up more than 20%, that's always the first goal. It still hasn't hit number 3, so I know you might be able to be a little bit more spicy here. You might go up a little bit more, about 60 more cents above that high. We might have to wait for the next candle though. So the next candle is going to be in 40 seconds. Just give it a second. See if this candle is going to drop down a little bit. Wait for the next one to pop out. See if the next one peaks. See if you can sell it for a higher price. Wait for the next candle. If you haven't sold it already. If you sold it, sell it. Don't buy more. Wait. Let this thing drop back down. And if it drops back down, you can buy another one. But just wait, you know. You opt out profit, 30%. Excellent, Finn. Excellent. So remember, everybody, we averaged down once on number 4 and then once on number 5. That was the 2 locations we averaged down on. And we're waiting for a little bit more. And then we're going to get out. And then do you guys see how any loss can turn into a win? See, now we're ready to rock and roll. So the next trade is going to be way more aggressive. We're going to put 5, 10K in the next trade. And we're going to make sure we make our day with this next trade. This trade right now, again, it was more so a learning lesson. But did people make money from it? Was it a straight loss? No. Why? Because I started learning different ways that I could test you guys last week when I was trading those damn 0 days. I started creating new formulas for teaching now. So yeah, that's what we're doing now pretty much. Just a little different. You reach your average cost. You don't know if you should exit. Again, this is not something you decide. You're supposed to plan ahead of time so that when you get to that point, you know the decision you're going to make. If you're at that point and you make no decision, write down right there, James, that you weren't planning. Be honest with yourself. Don't be depressed or angry, of course, but be honest with yourself. Write it down. Talk about it. Because then the next time you get into a scenario like this, you'll know what to do. For now, again, make your decision. What do you guys want to do? I'm holding my calls. Even if this goes back down to $4 here, I'm just going to average down again. So I'm holding mine. But you are break even. So do what you got to do, family. And then at the end of the trade, we'll see how this goes. I'll let you guys know when I get out. And then we'll go from there. Remember, if you used a lot of capital, you might want to step out. I barely have any capital in this. I only have 8% of my account. So if you have more than 8% of your account inside of this trade, yes, you should not be doing it. That's basically what I'm going to tell you. Nah, James. Remember, you had to plan beforehand. So don't say oops, don't say nothing. Just go back to the drawing board, write it down. Before I get out of my next option, I need to know what price it could potentially go up to. How do I know? Because I need to know potentially where the market's going to run up to. If you go from 682 to 684, that's 2 strike prices. That means if my strike is at $30 and I move up 2 strike prices, that's 30 to 45, 50, and then 50 to 80. So I can go from $30 to $80 if the market just moves $2, just like how I did right there. That's it. Crazy, right? The trades in the beginning of the day are way harder than the middle of the day and the end of the day. The middle of the day, they're the easiest. Like right now, this is like, yeah. We still got plenty of time. It's 1 o'clock. And yeah. We'll see if this turns into a loss. We sold the Intel. We might get into a futures position here. Would I average into my trade while I was going up? Personally, me, if I'm not teaching, yes. As long as I'm not teaching. Because that's literally the most aggressive way to trade. To be averaging into a trade while it's running. Like with futures, I got to have at least like 300, 400K to do that. With options, I mean, it depends how much I'm trading, right? Because options, I never changed. I've always stayed at the same level. I always just use up to 5K. And I turn my account to 100K within 20 days just using 5K, you know? Use 5K, make 1,000. 10 days in a row of you making 1,000, that's 10K already. But you're going to make more money as you make more money. So you're going to go from having 5,000, 5 days later, you're going to have 10,000, right? Because you're making 1,000 a day. So well, think about it for a second. Let's say with 5K, you make 20%, right? That means when you get to 10K, right? Because the first couple of days, you're just trading a little bit more aggressive just so you can have a little bit more room to spare, a little bit more of a safety net. So you're just a little bit more aggressive maybe. You take 5K, first trade, 6,000. Next trade, you're at 7,500. Next trade, you're at 9,000. Next trade, you're at 12,000. It's 4 trades. 4 trades. That takes 3.5 days. Let's just say. Go a little bit more. You keep increasing it with that type of, increase, 20%, 30%. All of a sudden, you're already at 14K, 16K, 18K, 20K within the matter of just 9 days, 8 days. 20K becomes 26K. One trade, 20%. I'm telling you, it gets quick. It gets crazy. You start doubling up really quickly. It's just you have to understand, only use 30% of my account. Max, like even including averaging down, that's including both. That's including all 3 times of me averaging down. So my first play, plus me averaging down 3 times, plus it going against me even more for like another 3 hours, and we had to average down like another 3 times later today. That's only 30% of my account. It never goes up more than that. Because I'm trying to be logical and smart. I don't care about hitting $1 million quick. All I care about is sustaining my money. I'm not trying to be up and then down right away. So yeah, that's what I've developed. That's how I think now. I don't know if you guys want to follow suit, but try it. See how it goes. Remember, Nvidia is only 10 to 9% of the SPY. When the SPY is changing directions, recognize that Nvidia is only going to account for a certain amount of price action per day when it comes to the SPY. So I wouldn't really more so look at Nvidia as the causation of it lifting up the whole entire world. Honestly, I would not look at it like that. Nvidia does not have that type of power right now, nor are they going to have that type of power within the next 5 to 10 years, really. They're powerful. They're an AI company. But again, AI is not AI right now. It's not. It's not AI until supercomputers come out, which is not going to happen for another 10 years, which means, yeah, all AI stocks will crash. Just get ready. You don't believe me? Just write it down. People said the same thing about Bitcoin when I told everybody it was going to crash. 2021 and 2025, this year. When you crashed from 120, again, people didn't believe me. But again, I'm just going to tell you guys, I'm going to put the information out there because this is the conclusion that I get to. But it's all up to you guys whether or not you want to follow suit. AMD went up too. There we go. So yeah, it looks like the semiconductors are flying up. We're going to give them a couple more weeks here. I'm waiting for SPY to hit 740. And then we're going to start playing some massive puts. I can't wait for 740. Oh my God, it's going to be so good. 740, around that time when SPY hits that, that's going to be probably the next time we make the most amount of money. In fact, if I could predict the future, I would say that by the time SPY hits 720, we should be a millionaire. And we should have a couple millionaires in the Discord. We should, technically, because it should only take us one to 2 more months. Remember, we've been refining ourselves for 4 years, 3 years. And when it comes to teaching specifically, we've been refining ourselves for over the last 365 days, every single day for 12 to 16 hours a day, every night. Win or lost that day, didn't matter. We still stepped up, did our notes. We still fixed the charts every day, and we still showed up. So, are we going to become millionaires? Shit. I would like to see a future where that's not the case. It seems impossible now because of how much work we put in. And that's the beautiful part. That's the part that makes me feel so, so in love with myself, you know what I mean? Because I finally stepped up to the plate and I finally accomplished something and I finally kept sticking to something and I finally didn't give up on something, you know what I mean? I finally stuck to it. That's how I look at the stock market. That's why this is not just about teaching. This thing really gave me a whole different understanding of life, It made me truly understand my capabilities. And I love every single second of it, let me tell y'all. So how y'all doing with these plays? How's everybody doing? What's Spy doing here? Spy looks like you're holding. We're back down to $14. You still don't know how to use Webull, the stop loss, and I mean, have you watched a video on that limb? Okay. I was gonna start barking at you if you didn't watch a video. Because remember, that's how you have to take the initiative. You guys have to take the initiative in some cases, in some points. Like, for example, Frost, you've been practicing on the charting a lot recently, and you've been able to complete your charts. But then there was some situations where you were just like, how do I copy stuff? How do I, like group up this stuff? How do I put it into a folder? Very similar with Sherman as well. The only way you guys are going to understand that stuff is, of course, having more one-on-ones with me, Sherman and Frost, specifically. But the way you could really understand that is if you guys just go into the Discord, right? Go into the Discord and then go look at what the hell was I just talking about? I was talking about somewhere here. Withdrawals? No. Oh, classes. There you go. So go into TradingView. We have all the classes on TradingView here. How to organize your charts. I give you guys my watch list. So literally all 600 companies that I've done the charts for, I basically give it to you guys, and you could import it to your TradingView. Just click the link, and it'll import it to your TradingView. So yeah, you guys could do that. Remember that, and then watch these videos. I show you what stuff to favorite on TradingView, like what's my favorite tools. And yeah, again, that's just TradingView. I then have videos on Webull, right? How to set up your Webull account, how to get approved for options, trading level 2. I didn't make that video, obviously, but he posts good videos, so it's fine. I like his videos. How to get approved for level 2 for Mumu, so I posted that as well there. I gotta fix up this channel though. I gotta add some stuff about the other brokerages. And then of course you have options information, right? Where this teaches you like what strikes you buy out, how to buy options with SPY, how to robotically trade, deeper explanations for anything, any add-ons. And again, that's just one part. You then have the ultimate explanations with how to average down. This is why we got so good with averaging down, is because we had such a proper plan that went into it. And you might ask, like, how the hell do you create these plans? And really, honestly, if I had to truthfully tell you, it's through it's literally through throwing myself into the deep end, having a loss, and then looking as to how I could have turned that loss into a W that same day. Not regretting it, not crying, not complaining and doing all that wasteful excess, you know what I mean? I don't got time for that shit. That's not helping me get to the best version of me. Complaining. What's the plan? What's the plan of action right now? We fucked up. We could have did better. But how can I make this the best? How can I improve and at least tap myself on the back so that I can learn something for the next day? And this was how. And then this is how we trade Tesla, by the way. Tesla, Nvidia. So usually whenever I'm buying one time, I'll buy like 6-7 plays, 6-7 months out. And then as the play runs up, I'll sell the 3-day first. Then I'll sell the 10-day first. Then I'll sell the 20-day. That's basically what we did with the SPY leaps recently. When we bought these leaps down here. Let me see. So yeah, look at this, everybody. We bought all of these on the 26th, right? Oh, wait, no, I sold it on the 26th, right? No, yeah, I sold it on the 26th. Okay. So we sold it on the 26th, but we bought it on the 20th, as you can see. So we bought it beforehand. By the way, we're still holding both of these. This right here is up 200% on QQQ. And then on Target, it's up like 50-60%. I'm going to post another picture later. But, yeah, this is literally all we're trying to do right now. And the next time we're going to get into a bunch of plays like this, we are going to wait for the new high. So, yeah, that's pretty much all. And then we had these calls, trade numbers. Oh, yeah, I posted this here by an accident. Whoops. Let me delete this. That's not supposed to be there. And that's really it. I mean, yeah. Hoover, get more long-term plays, please, brother. Get plays for like 2027 and throw in like half of your account. Do not, I can't have you have your whole account no more, because you're just going to consistently keep trading 0 days, even if we're saying it out loud in a public setting. So I'm not too sure what's going to make you learn your lesson here, brother. That's the reason why I'm saying it out loud, is because I want, maybe somebody can give me an idea. Like, what do you do with a person who doesn't want to listen? Right? What do you do? So, Hoover, just remember, long-term plays, brother. You got to show me you're doing something different. You can't keep doing the same thing because, you're just going to keep destroying yourself in the background. Okay, so like 30% with 18 contracts. Excellent. There we go. That's what's up. You could have made over 50%. Could have, would have, should have, brother. That was the second time you said it. That's strike number 2. Remember you said it earlier when I had mentioned it? If you could have made over 50%, show me you could have gotten into another play and you could have made whatever amount you would have made with that. Show me how you could have done it. That's the only time I want to hear you say could have. Okay? You got that, Tanky? Again, you did it twice. Remember, we got to pay attention to the patterns that we have as humans so that we can improve ourselves. I don't want you to feel bad, but I want you to improve yourself. And then, James, you said you buy and sell EOSE for your Roth frequently, up 40% year to date. Excellent. You bought some leap calls for Netflix. Excellent. There we go. I had to break down Netflix, but I heard they did something recently with HBO and Warner Bros. You know what's crazy? I was going to buy Warner Bros. When it was at $10 because it crashed because of April, and I completely forgot about it. So yeah, let's take a look at that, because since we never posted it, could have, would have, should have, just to make sure that that never happens with any of these other plays in the future. Because again, we were doing other things at the time, so we didn't want to really play Warner Bros. We could have if we wanted to, but again, we did not want to because we had other things on our plate and we were making more money with other things. But yeah, it was really, really, really cool to see Warner Bros. Drop down. I never traded it before. So I was like, all right, should we just test ourselves now? But then I was like, yeah, not right now. We'll wait. I'll do the charts on it. And we can actually check the charts here in a second. But let me check the name of Warner Bros. You said you recovered all your losses from Friday and you're prepared for the week now. You got 1.5K in the account. You started with 1K. You have $200 in buying power. And let's get some work done. Excellent. So remember, the first thing you need to do is every single day you need to withdraw money. And when you withdraw money, do not try to trade more aggressively the next day to try to make that money back. Do you guys know how many times I see people take out money? They'll have 30K in their account. They'll take out 10K or 20K. They'll have 10K left. And they'll do something ridiculous and go straight to 5K. They'll lose like 5K. And then they'll do something ridiculous again and go straight to 1,000. And now they had to add the other 5, 6K from their 20K that they took out. And now they're playing ping pong with their bank account. That was me at one point. That was me. So I don't know if you guys ever have done that, but yeah, just stop yourself from doing it. I'm telling you, it doesn't yield any satisfactory outcome. You working for $1 billion hedge fund? He wouldn't be wasting his time running a small YouTube channel. Working for $1 billion hedge fund? I don't work for $1 billion hedge fund. I wish I did. Looks like we got a little show about to happen in the YouTube chat here, everybody. Where did this guy just come from? Who said anything about $1 billion? But yeah, in terms of Tanky, in terms of your buying power, the first thing I would tell you is save capital. Remove some capital throughout the day, right? And throughout the week. If you use everything, like, this is what I like to do personally. Again, this is all personal. This is all educational, right? Trade at your own risk. Of course, I'm not a financial expert. So make sure you guys do your own DD. Remember, it says it on my screen as well. It says it on the description. It says it everywhere. So make sure you recognize that. And the next thing you want to recognize is you have to withdraw money when you make money. You never want to keep making money, and then you're using the whole account. You're being so aggressive, because when I did that before, I lost my whole entire account. That was like the first massive time I took a massive loss. It was because I just kept, just going back and forth, and I wouldn't take out money. It was so unfortunate, really. I had wish And I remember crying over years. Like, yo, I was crying for like a year straight. You know, dealing with a relationship that I was dealing with, you know, dealing with all these crazy factors around me. And I was just trying to get this right. You know, I was just trying to make this the thing that I wanted to do, make this my job. And it was really hard in the beginning. You know, it was really, really hard because you got to stay true to it. You can't give up on it. But one of the reasons why it was so hard was because my dumbass wasn't taking out any money. So make sure you guys recognize that. Take out money. Make sure you actually, you know, put that money into your savings, your bank account. You know, recognize you're going to have to pay taxes on it. Options trading is a little bit more taxes than stocks because you're holding it for a shorter time period. But if you guys get good with options, what you could do is you could start trading futures. And futures charge you less taxes than options. Half is taxed at long-term gains. The other half is going to be taxed at, I believe, don't quote me if I'm wrong, but I believe at short-term gains. So you got half tax long-term, half tax short-term. So basically what you want to do here is with the options trading, you want to be able to create your own company, right? You want to be able to trade from your own luxurious outpost, which is able to put you at an advantage, is what I'm trying to say. You know, when it comes to paying off your phone bill, when it comes to paying off where you sleep, your house, you can't mark off the whole entire thing, I believe, when you're doing it off of taxes when you're trading. But you can actually take off about 50 to 20% of, I believe, a room. I don't believe it's the whole house. But you can get something back, you know what I mean, from your phone bill, your internet. What else? You want to make a nonprofit, right? And you could donate to the nonprofit. That's what a lot of individuals do. And then when you donate to the nonprofit, that, of course, is not going to be something that's, you know, fully, you know, jumping you could say. It's not going to be fully destroying all your wealth. It's not like you just make X amount and then boom, you just get clapped out the park after 1 year. It's kind of like it's slowly progressing and slowly holding you, again, at that level of advantage so that you can actually progress much more easier. You know, your subscriptions on Discord. If you pay anybody, if you pay for TradingView, you know, your fees, you know how you guys get charged crazy fees? By the way, Lim, I was going to tell you this. Because you're in Singapore, right? You're across the world. Which, by the way, everybody, welcome to all the new members across the world. I absolutely love you guys. Thank you guys for showing up every single day. But Lim, those fees that they charge you, I don't know how the tax stuff works in Singapore, but I'm pretty sure you can get that deducted from your profit. I'm pretty sure. In the US, at least, you can do it over here. But again, double check with your accountant, double check with an advisor, call them up right now, speak to them. I've spoken to a couple and this is the direction that they pointed me, you know, and yeah, so let's do it. I was also thinking about getting my own license. What do you guys think about that? Getting my own CPA, certified personal assist or accountant, whatever the fuck they call them, whatever then the damn sorry, whatever the damn, I forgot the damn fucking word for it. You know, like you shorten another word with a couple words, whatever. You guys get what I'm saying. Anyways. So no, yeah. No, but yeah, so our goal right now is to grow to $1 billion. I think we can get to $1 billion by, if I'm being honest, right? From our current performance, from our current accomplishments, I would say 2027, 2028. I have no intent on being a billionaire next year. Next year, I just want to make sure we get to the millions, just so we can start the school, just so we could buy the trading houses around the world. So whenever our crews are traveling, they have an Airbnb spot everywhere that they could, you know, chill at. A bunch of TVs, a bunch of monitors, PC setups. I just had to understand how the insurance is going to go for all this stuff. What am I going to put it under? Because I'm not putting this stuff under, of course, me. That's what you don't do. You want to put this under a trust and under all these different, you know, thingies, right? That we have written down and broken down on the Discord. And you guys are basically watching me go through the whole process of all this. You know, I'm 25 years old. Right now, I'm not a millionaire. But I think we can get to there in the next 30 days. If we don't, let's see where we can get to then. You know, aim for the stars and you reach the moon. That's the quote that I live by, ladies and gentlemen. So, In terms of the 686 calls, Taylor, we're still holding those 686 calls. You said, Max, do your own it's called diligence. That's all good. Again, when people speak wild like that, I am no longer going to respond in a way where it's like, you know what I mean? Like how I used to respond last year. There's nothing I have to say to a person. I have nothing to prove to a person. You guys have been here for the past 2 weeks. We've had no losses. So who am I going to listen to? You know? Like, what's the point of that? And you guys should do the same. I appreciate you guys responding to that person, though, and commenting on him, but there's no need to comment. Again, the haters, the people who shit talk, they're always going to do that. So yeah, remember, I'm gonna try to be the best fucking leader I can in the world for you guys, so we could stand toe to toe in person one day, and I can teach you guys how I trade in person. Again, not financial advice, unless at that time I become a certified, whatever the fuck you called it again, CPA. No, yeah, but that's okay. You can't rage bait success. It doesn't even. Because I'm worried about Max. I want him to trade good. I want him to make sure he has the trading styles. And while he's sitting here telling people that I'm scamming, or at least that's what he thinks, I'm sitting here thinking about, is he going to do his box style? Is he going to, do the reversal points? Like, what trading style is Max going to use? Because he's clearly watching for a reason. People don't just join and say stuff if that's not what they really meant. They would make YouTube videos. They would go crazy just like how those other people did before. I'm used to this already. I've had people not like me just because of how good we are. It's okay. I'm used to that now. And you guys are going to get used to it too. So let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock and roll. To the top. To the pinnacle. All right, everybody. So, we had some of you take profit with the 686s when you fell down right there. Or when you ran up, sorry. You fell down first and then ran up to number 3. We told everybody that you were going to stop potentially at that green circle because that was the midpoint of the day. So, what ended up happening, everybody? Boom. You listened to the green circle more than you did the midpoint, which is awesome. Which is kind of like a little cheat code. Jinx, can you please get off my bed? Get off my bed, please. Oh my god. Last time she got on my bed, she fucking peed on the bed. And I couldn't sleep on it for like 3 days. I had to put fucking not bath salt. I said bath salts. Yo, not bath salts. Baking soda. I had to put baking soda with like something. I was mixing a damn chemical reaction on my bed. Wait, let me give the bunny some food here. Give me 1 second. You guys want to hear something funny? I was thinking about when I move. Because again, everybody, this is going to be the first time I get an apartment. I'm so excited. And again, you guys are coming with me. We're doing this as a team from the beginning. We're doing this, from nothing to something. And then next year, we're going to have all the houses. We're going to have everything. So let's see how we do. I want you guys to gauge my success. See if I'm just all talk. See if this stuff works, right? See if we could really hit 1 million within 30 days. See it. Remember, this is the first time I've ever told you guys I have a deadline for becoming a millionaire. This is the first time ever. This is the first time I'm serious about this in terms of getting to that level. Why wasn't I serious before? The reason why was because nobody else was, pretty much. We would start an account from $100. I'll take it to 3, 4, 5K, and nobody on the Discord is pretty much continuing that challenge no more. So usually that's the reason why we haven't done this, but regardless of who continues, regardless of who's following me, I'm not doing this for the intention of the Discord. This $1 million account challenge, I mean, it kind of is if you really think about it, because I'm going to use that money to buy the house. But the intention mainly is for myself. This is like for my own accomplishment. This is for like my goal. This will make me feel happy, you know what I mean? And yeah, I never really had one for myself, really. My only goal the last couple of years was just to make you guys better than me. And it seems like we're already getting to that point where you guys are making X amount per day. And that shit is awesome. You guys are literally doing it yourself, you know? You're paper trading with fake money, and then you're getting right back into the drawing board, slapping it up, cooking it up. And you guys are making me very impressed. Even the YouTube, you know? So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this just a moment here. All right, everybody, I'm going to average down one final time at $8. My average now has fallen to $17. This is 30 minutes after we told you guys we were going to wait for the market. Remember, exactly at 12 o'clock, I told everybody we're going to wait for 1:30. It is 1:30 right now, so we're listening to everything perfectly. We haven't broken our rules yet. Averaging down at the correct times. Now let's wait. It's pretty much the same thing as when you fell to number 5, right? Let's give this a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check Intel. Intel might have another opportunity here for us. Intel. Are you gonna? You look like you might go down a little bit more overnight here. It does look like a really good point for us to buy, though. But that's the thing, though. I kind of want Intel to fall down to like low 30s, especially if we're gonna paper trade some of this. Note the words that I use going forward from here, everybody. Every time I tell you to get into a trade, I'm just going to say paper trade. This is to protect myself for the future. You got a lot of sick people out there in the world. A lot of sick people that don't want to see others win. And again, I will not let anybody take me down because you guys need me. I cannot let nothing happen to my YouTube channel. I cannot let nothing happen to nothing. Nothing. I don't want to hear none of that shit. And just wait. Just wait. I got a couple plans. I'm not going to tell you what. But for those people who want to cause destruction and chaos, I got something real nice coming for them. No threats, of course. This is not a I don't threat people. I'm too nice for that. I'm a good boy. I don't threaten people. I don't get into fights. I don't do that stuff. But we're going to have some type of protection, a level of protection. And that's all I need. And that's all we all need. So just get ready for that. We just need to make a little bit more capital and we'll be set. It's going to cost me a fuck ton of money just to let you guys know. But it's going to help you guys out as well for your businesses in the future. So just get ready. Just get ready. So remember, if you guys are going to hop into a paper trade here, because again, we don't give financial advice. This is all educational. You have to trade at your own risk. We're going to keep repeating that. If you guys get annoyed at it, I apologize. You just have to understand where I'm coming from when I say that. Going forward, every single day, we got to get used to it. We got to protect ourselves. I'm telling you, this world's a sick place. So, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Nobody's stopping us. All right, everybody. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to go ahead and post everything to Mumu now. 686 calls is something we're still looking to get out of. We still have 2 o'clock coming up, as well as 2:30 and then 3 o'clock. So since our first idea worked out nicely, and since we averaged down appropriately one more time, we're just looking for the same thing. But we're going to pay attention, because if this thing gets stuck at number 4, we might have to just get the hell out of this option. Because remember, my average is $16 right now. Currently, right now, you're at $8. So if we could just run up about half of where you just fell, last 2-3 minutes, we're going to get everything back, plus more, plus extra. Come on. So Finley, I don't regret nothing. That's the thing you guys have to understand. There's no regret. There's no should've, would've, could've. This is the plan. This is what I've thought of from, yesterday. So I'm just following my plans from yesterday. It's just that's the thing that most people don't see, when they see me trading back and forth, 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 back and forth. They don't pay attention to that one aspect. Greed comes at a price. Exactly. There we go, Finley. Are you trying to say that, like, us holding longer? Are you trying to say that it was due to the presumption or due to the concept of greed? Is that what you're basically trying to say? Let me know. And then we'll go through it. I gotta make sure I remember to start eating around this time. Number 5. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. I apologize, everybody. I'm still on the phone, so just give me a few more minutes, everybody. The market still hasn't really changed any direction, so we're still in the same place, same ideas, same concepts. Market traversed a little bit more to the downside, right beneath number 5. But again, we're still right by number 5. So you know how it goes. First things first, you fall down to number 6. You hit number 5, and then you can buy some puts at number 5 for you to fall down to number 7. Now again, everybody, because we're doing it so late into the day, you kind of want to go, lighter, meaning $600, $700 of profit is what you're looking for. So you're going to use max 1,000, 1,500, just like we did in the morning. Remember, in the morning, we only used $1,000, which is how much we made with the first play overnight. So technically, we haven't had a loss today, besides just a little extra we added on top, like when we averaged down. So we just had to make that free within the next 30 minutes. And yeah, so we're going to get another option really close, literally knocking on the front door, everybody. We're going to make everything back, and then we'll see if the last plays end up working out. If they don't, this is going to be an excellent little trade that we can break down and go over for today, because this week's FOMC. So what better week to have a loss than right before FOMC? You know what I mean? This is awesome. And if you guys don't think it's awesome, if you guys are emotional, again, you're not strong enough for this. So become strong enough for it. Learn the ropes. Learn the emotions. Learn the feelings. And get to that level if you want it. If you don't, what I'm saying is going to disturb you and it's going to make you feel some type of way. But what that means is just that you're not really built for this, So build yourself into it if you want it. That's what I had to do. So again, if one loss was able to make you guys think differently, from the trading styles here, think irrationally, think aggressively, think angrily, you must understand that it's because of a reason. You only show and produce emotion because of a reaction. There's a causation of those motions. Now, if there's no emotion, that's what I want to see. Stone cold silent killers. Let's break it down. See where we went wrong. Was it having a strike price that's too far? Is it going to work out by the end of the day? Is this going to swing right back up? Is this holding below number 5? Still a lot of questions that we had to wait for, for the answer for. But, yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome. No loss is going to make me emotional, because that means I was never meant to be a millionaire then. Because when I'm at $1 million, shit, I'm going to be down 5, 10, 15K off of just a little tiny 1% trade. You know what I mean? You got to get used to it. Paper trade. Usually that's the best thing to do. What's this? All right, everybody. So real quick. You're at 686 in terms of the option. Options are at $3. Average price is at 15. Currently, right now, you're at number 5, which means you're about 3.5 strikes away from us actively being able to just grab some type of profit. We need to be at least 1 to 2 strikes out from the money. And currently, right now, we're 4. So again, $1 move will bring these options from 3 to 2 to 6. If we get that second dollar move from number 5 back to number 3 again, these options are going to be right back at $14, which means they're going to be at break-even price. So basically what I just said right now was, if the market runs up to this arrow one more time, we're going to be at break even again because we averaged down one more time when you fell down to here. So if that happens, I mean, yeah, we still could just wait and give this a second. Again, being patient. It's, you know, one of the root causations or of like a trader being able to, you know, go forward. You got to be patient. You got to put in a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. And that's pretty much all. So that's all we're doing right now. The option, you know how much it costs for me to buy 25 options right now at $3? It's like barely anything. So this is perfect. You still thinking baby rally up today? Yeah, same, honestly. Still looking at the calls right now. You picked up 10 of the 684 calls, expiration today for $12? Excellent. Come on, Michael. Come on now. That's an excellent play right there. Again, everybody, use my trades to make your trades better. Always. Whenever we average down, buy something closer. But don't keep like buying strikes, buying strikes, buying strikes. Remember, that was only one strike price I bought all day. So what I tend to do is, let's say if the market falls like $4 or $5, like how it does now, I would buy a strike price now that's like 683, for example. 683, 684, and that's perfect. Now, if you go below number 5, you kind of want to buy a 681, 682. If we're below number 5. So since right now we're kind of hovering above it a little bit, this is still an opportunity for us to get into another set of calls for 684. But again, we're not going to rush it. Why? Because we still have a certain set of plays. They are a little far, right? They're not like right there, not, you know, next door, knocking on the door. But within the $2, you know, span of a jump, everything could be right back in our pockets. So as long as I know that at 230 or at 220, that's, you know, what I currently understand, we can go forward here with the next trade, which again is to play closer. So just give it a moment. Give it a moment. Give it a moment. And then we'll go from there. Remember, we only did 2 trades today. Very light, very small. Technically 3, if you count the Intel. But yeah, it's kind of like his own thing, you know. Yeah, we didn't hop into Intel another time. But yo, we've been playing Intel non-stop. Let me tell y'all, this is so amazing. We bought puts up here. Sold them down here. Bought puts up here. Sold them down here. Bought calls down here. Sold them here. So it's like, you know what I mean? Just back and forth, back and forth. And then now we're waiting for this to potentially run up to the high again. If not a little bit higher, like 47. And then we'll get more puts for you to fall down to like 44. If you fall down first, what we're going to do is let you fall down to potentially this circle here. And then we're going to buy you up there. Because that's about where the gap fill is. Well, not really a gap fill. It's more so like the bottom of the momentum, right? Bottom of the candle. Because like right here is like where these candlesticks were touching the bottom of before they were running up, as you can see a bunch of times. So you have a bunch of buyers right here at the bottom. They keep stepping into the market. So I'm thinking that, yeah, they might step in here or here. And we could just get an easy little trade for Intel. Let's look at Tesla real quick. Tesla. Tesla, I miss you. What's going on here? It's almost ready for a call. Yo, the Tesla chart was the craziest chart we ever made. Do you guys? We could do something fun if you guys want for the Discord. Again, I'm not gonna do this for YouTube. I do not trade Tesla publicly on YouTube because of how much money one could lose. Same thing with SPX. I do not trade those things publicly. That's only gonna be on the Discord. But if I slip up and say the strike price, I'm sorry. Sometimes I do that accidentally. But yeah. No Tesla trades for YouTube. You guys got that, right? This thing is too aggressive. Unless you have the trading styles done, you're not really gonna learn anything from it. It's gonna literally be a gamble every single time you trade until you put the charts on. Because remember, how do you think I got all of these perfect put plays here? Remember, I had made my charts before Tesla even ran up. When Tesla was still down here at 218, that's when I finished this chart. That's why King's Point, the circles, are all the way over here. And mind you, that's the second set. We really started making these charts over here around December 2024, which was the last time after we bought a call down here and we sold those calls for 3,000% up here. That was the last time we really played Tesla. The reason why I stopped is because everybody on the Discord made money, but then 2 days later, they ended up throwing the money into something else and wasting it. So what I learned was, just because you can make people money, and just because people could get into a similar trade and make money off of your ideas, what I learned was, if the students are not properly withdrawing capital, they're just always going to go back to zero, no matter how hard they try. You know, literally, you're going to keep going back down to zero, everybody. No matter how many good trades I give you, because I've given out thousands of trades that were really good, but it's like it doesn't stick. So to make it stick, what's the root recipe behind, everything? It's your notes. It's putting stuff on the chart, planning ahead of time, getting ready, months earlier than when the move actually occurs. Because I think Tesla's going to collapse here. I know this shit wants to fall down somewhere down to here. 280, 240. That's why this big ass green arrow is right here. But yeah, I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna wait. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how many years. But in the short term, I'm gonna keep making money, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But yeah, like right now, I don't want to play nothing. I want to see if tomorrow, if it wicks down here, then buy some calls potentially. Nice little retracement to the upside, maybe. Looks like it might want to run up a little bit higher. But then again, it's falling right before the highs, so we still got to see. Tesla still has to fall down to here, 360. Kind of looks like you are going to fall down to here. Lower low, lower low. What is this low? 400. What is this low? 380. Yeah, that means the next low is going to be 360. So how did I calculate that? Because this one's $20 less. So you're literally just going to repeat it. That's what Tesla does. So yeah, you're going to hold here. So yeah, we could play some continuation of the puts straight down. That's a big ass drop. That's like $80. $80 is going to produce over 1,000%. Usually $60 is enough to produce 1,000% with Tesla. Usually. But yeah, $80? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's like 2,000%, 1,500%. But the thing is like, when is it going to do it? So if you look up here, you hit the top and collapse in November into November 14th. Over here, October 10th. What's over here? December 5th. Let's see if this shit's going to make you run up December like 13th, 14th. Because if this shit runs up by December 14th, it looks like you're crashing in the middle of every month. Or at least the start of a month. But then again, this could crash here. So what we could say is that if Tesla gets below this pink box, yeah, you might just continue going down lower. So, okay, so what we could do here logically is we could buy a 5-day play. We could buy a 5-day play and only buy one that's like 3 strikes out. So I'm thinking we could buy it like down here. That's what it looks like, because you just keep holding here. So if you fall down to here, we could buy it. And then what strike price is this? 416. Oh yeah, that's plenty of room. What the fuck? That's plenty of space for us to make money right here. If this could fall down more and then bounce into here. So yeah, we'll leave Tesla on the drawing board for now. Looks like it's almost ready. It's either going to be at the top and we get puts, or this shit's going to be down here and we get calls. I'm not buying in the middle. I don't like doing that. And then for NVIDIA, again, same thing. I want to see it, choose a little bit more upside. Right now it's kind of on the fence. But this is a perfect area for NVIDIA to buy. After you just ran up and showed the potential, confirmation of more upside. So let's look at NVIDIA real quick. Everybody across the board, hunt down NVIDIA options and see if you guys could find anything juicy. Remember, open interest, open interest, open interest. Go to NVIDIA options and hunt down what has the most open interest. 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, that's where the big money is. I do the same thing for SPY, by the way. Okay, everybody. So I brought down my average on the 686s right down to $3. I went ahead and added 800 more contracts. We got filled at $3. All right, let's go take a look at SPY, and let's go back to NVIDIA. We gotta hunt that down first. Okay, so NVIDIA options, 4-day options calls. Okay, the 190s, how much you cost? You hit 187. This costs 130. You hit a peak of 280. That's for the 190s. Yeah, let's get a 190, everybody. We're gonna get some options on NVIDIA here. Again, a 190 option. All right, everybody. So we bought the 190 strikes for NVIDIA, which expired this week. We averaged down on these. Okay, let's post this to the Discord. And then let's go take a look at SPY now. We reviewed Tesla. We thought of NVIDIA. We thought of Intel. All right. I like what's going on here. Maybe we can add a few more names to the pie. What are you guys thinking? Any more names you guys looking at? Any juicy looking stocks out there? Let me know. We'll hunt them down. We could trade anything, by the way. Whatever you guys want to trade. Why? Because the trading styles work for anything. We've already tested it and proven it with so many companies that kind of like the, you know what I mean, the general level of understanding is that, yes, it will work, you know, with everything. But yeah, there might be something later down the road that might not work. And if it does, when I find it out, I'm going to scream and sound the alarm so you guys know, you know. Remember, I don't like trying to fool people. The second I see my trading style goes from a 90% win rate to, you know, 85, 70, that's it, it's over. We're destroying the whole thing and rewriting it to make sure that it still produces results that are 90%, 95% above, you know what I mean? Because that's what a real trader needs. If you're only 50% profitable, like for example, let me take you guys to my, like over here, right? What is my win rate, right? For futures. 9 losses, 130 wins, right? And remember, we just started trading this. I've been trading options and stocks for 5 years, and futures, we've just been trading it for like 3 months. So it just proves, you know, it proves the point that, yeah, as long as we just stay true to the ideas and the styles and the concepts, it works. Some days it's just a little bit more annoying than others. That's really all it is. But yeah, everybody, give me 1 second. Let me finish this conversation on the phone, and I'm going to be right back. Remember, we averaged down. We didn't buy a new play yet. We bought NVIDIA 4 days out, 190 strikes. We paid 150 each, I believe. I bought 20 of them, and my goal is just to look for a little scalp play. So, like, if SPY right now runs to number 4, we could basically sell NVIDIA, you know? Basically. And the NVIDIA play, we're going to use it to try to see if we can make some of the SPY option even more free. All right, everybody. So I got 682 calls here. The second you fell right back down on top of number 5. What I did was I went ahead and bought 80 contracts at $90. We're going to try to see if we can make back every single one of those losses from that last SPY trade. So we're just going to trade a little aggressively here. If you fall down beneath 5.5, which is in between 5 and 6, we're just going to stop out and claim the loss just so we don't have to have another loss. It's really large. Of course, it's going to be another loss technically because, of course, we're going to sell out for a loss. But, yeah, we're going to buy here. We bought here already. We're in. These contracts are in the money. So this is 682. We're at 682.30. I want to see if the market's going to run up to 683.50, which is around reversal point number 4. And if we could do that, we could potentially sell out these plays for around, you could say like 130, 120, which would be enough for us to make all of our money back from the other plays. So all we got to do here, not need, all we have to do here is just play one contract very closely and just wait, just like we've been doing all day. Same thing for tomorrow, same situation, right? Today we're just lower than Friday's low, so we're not lower than yesterday's or Thursday's low. At least the pre-market low. Let's go take a look again. So as you all can see, Thursday's low is going to be right down here. And then you have Wednesday's low, right? Which is still way below us. So we're kind of holding in between Friday and Thursday's low, which is proper. Makes sense. Kind of like you're stuck in between those last 3 days, right? And yeah, that's pretty much all. All right, good luck, everybody. I'll be right back. We're going to hold this for about 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And we're going to try to see if we can sell it for like 30%. The first trade is most likely going to turn into a loss here. Most likely. But if it doesn't and you somehow run up to the tippity top, we'll sell out for break even. If not, 5%, 10%. And then for the second plays, remember, you guys already know what we're looking for. Just a slight little bounce to like 120, 130 from the 80s. And yes. Let's go ahead and post this now. Contracts are up $400 already. So we already made back 10% of what we lost from the other contracts. We bought 83 contracts in total. What I did was I made sure that this number does not go over 25% of my whole entire account. So when I bought these contracts here, the reason why I bought specifically 83 on the dot was because it's about, now we're about 25% of our account inside of these SPY trades. It's about 8,000 in total. So the first trade, potentially we're going to lose around 2,400. And we just need to make back one more 1,000. And once we make back one more 1,000, we made back all of our losses, and we can now operate with another idea. You know, think from a different perspective, see what we're going to do tomorrow, potentially start buying in now, and yeah, just go from there. You said you're not one of those GME fanatics, but you're looking at January 16th calls. Yeah, so with GME, honestly, I'll be real with you guys. I hate GME, GameStop, all that meme stock shit. It hurt so many people. It ruined so many people. I hate every single one of those CEOs. Every person who was involved with anything regarding GME, AMC, and all that stuff. I hate every single one of them. I don't want to teach people like that who trade that stuff. I've had students that trade GME and they just gamble. And I can't deal with that no more. So, no, we do not trade GME here. We do not trade GameStop, which is GME. We do not trade AMC. We do not trade BlackBerry. We do not trade, any one of those other meme stocks. But, like Wish and stuff like that, right? But, GME has been producing some results that I'm happy with. I'm happy with how GameStop has grown their company. They actually took the smart route and they started to get into the crypto stuff, which they're very smart for that. Now, how much is GME worth? In all honesty, it's about $20. $20, $25, that's it. So when this thing pops down to like 13, 18, 9, you guys let me know, and yes, we could buy. But if it's not below that, do not touch this, because that shit is garbage. Just because they started doing a little bit better doesn't mean nothing. I want to see more results. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these CEOs and these companies be lying. They literally lie out their ass, and that's why they get investigated so many times, by people who are, doing the same shit. So imagine you're somebody who's doing something illegal, and then you're getting investigated by people who's also doing something illegal. You know what I mean? It's just like, what is going on here? But yeah, everybody, nice and cool. We're posting this Mumu now. We're just looking for 20 to 30%. And then we're going to go from there. And then if we have a loss, remember, we don't run away from that. No, no, no. You're not running away from these losses. We're going to talk about it. We're going to post it. We're going to create a whole YouTube video. We're going to be loud with the loss. The more loud we are with the losses, the better the wins get. So we're going to be extremely loud with this. We're going to scream at everybody. Make sure everybody understands that we took a loss today. Because everybody thinks we don't take losses, So this right here today is perfect. This is good. For those of you who took a big loss, just recognize how you went about doing it when you average down. And go ahead and post your notes for me in the Mumu chat or on Discord. So we can properly have some type of step-by-step system where you're producing some type of satisfactory results, right? It's not going to happen right away overnight, but it might happen over a couple ideas, a couple, different trades. So 682 calls. We paid 80. Scalp trade. We got 83 contracts. 83 contracts. Oh my goodness. I'm just playing with y'all. I could almost laugh again. Can you believe that? Oh, just wait. Just wait for next week. Okay, 682 strikes. We bought these. Let's go here. Let's copy these. Da 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 da. All right, everybody, give me 1 second. All right, everybody, we're up $800 here. So again, we made back about like 15% of the other play. So we're just gonna give this a second here. Right now, what I'm shooting for is about like 2,000. If we can make 2,000, we can end up making back whatever we lost plus extra. So that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. And the fact we're already up 800, you know what I mean? We might be able to sell this for like 3,000-4,000 and make like an additional 2K on top of the loss that we're trying to make up for right now. So again, we're all doing this together. This is a whole unit. This is a whole team. Everybody's in this together. Paper trading, of course. Why? Because I do not constitute financial advice. This is strictly educational. Trade at your own risk every single day, ladies and gentlemen. Please understand that. This is just for fun. It's always just for fun. Okay? Let's do this! Go, 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 go. All right, everybody. So while I'm chilling inside the SPY trade, we're going to have some fun with gold here. I want to try to see if I can get to a quick little scalp before they close the market. So from what this looks like right here, right now, if I get into a trade, what does it look like? Again, generally, it looks like this is going to be bearish. How do I know? It's because you're not supposed to be down here right now, actually. Gold might be breaking out the sky, but you're holding previous lows, and I don't like that. So you're at the 1/8 point yesterday. Today, you're at the 1/8 point down here, right? Equal reaction with gold. So as long as it's above this point right here, honestly, let's just go long right now. Let's go long, and let's see if we can sell out for a nice little win. So let's go ahead and bring up the futures charts right here. We're going to go long down here. We just bought 5 contracts on my bigger account. This is the main account, right? And we're just buying right now because it looks a little bullish. Looks like you can hold here. So I'm just going to sell for $450 profit. We're already up 300. Stop loss is now at 200. Just hit 450 profit, and we're done with gold now. Now we could turn this off and go back to SPY. Again, that was $450 just right there. And that's literally all I do. Back and forth, back and forth. And then I'll wait like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You know what I mean? And then just go back and forth again. Just for a little scalp. And I'll try not to get stuck. That's the problem with gold, is sometimes that bitch likes to do a large move. Excuse my language, but shit. You know, we lost a lot of money on Friday. $20,000. And we made most of it back already, but we cannot let that happen again. Like, that right there is like the enemy, you know what I mean? We gotta make sure that that thing stays as far away from us as possible. In terms of a giant loss like that. Alright, everybody, so we're up $1,000, 17%. Just to make sure that I can claim profit here, do you guys know what I'm going to do here? You guessed it. We're going to go ahead and take profit. I'm up $1,400, which covers every loss, plus a little bit of extra profit here. We're up 25%. Again, everybody, I'm selling out right here. 27%. Boom, sold it. So now right there, boom, that makes everything free. That makes our first plays free. We made some money. Have a little bit extra. So now what's the next thing we got to do here? See if this is going to come back down again. And then we're going to buy into it again. In the meantime, let's go take a look at gold. Let's keep messing around with gold. We're going to go short here. Just for a quick $200 trade. If it goes up to here, we're going to sell out for $500 of a loss. We moved up our take profit to 300 now. And I want to move, actually no. Right here, move this down. Shit, we almost hit it right there. Holy fuck. That was perfect. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. We're up 350 now. 350. Order filled. Right there, 350 plus 450. That's $500. $800 right there we just made in the last, what, 2 minutes? Again, wait now. I don't feel comfortable no more, you know? This shit could fall down and I'll be down 5,000. I'm not trying to do that right now. But look at our win rate. It just keeps climbing. I'm going to try to see if I can get this to like 99,999, right? And then with the other accounts, we gotta fix this one. So this one, I got bodied on it last night. Absolutely destroyed. I was trading MGC and it was just very erratic. You can see all the trades over here. It was just like very aggressive. Like one wick, you were down like 700, and it was just like, yeah, this is too much. This is not moving that slowly like how it was last week. So I kind of don't want you guys trading this. So in all honesty, really, I might make you guys start trading MES and ES instead of gold. Because right now it's like, you know what I mean? It's not the time for gold right now. It's way too aggressive. Especially if I was down 20,000. I do not want you guys losing that much money. It's fine for me to lose it because I can make it back no problem overnight. But until you guys are at that level, it is not fine. And I'm not comfortable with nobody losing. So just think about it like that. I don't look at losses. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I really don't care about losses. Losses happen, you know. It's normal. It's a normal part of the game. There's no need for us to get emotional about them and raise all hell and, you know what I mean? Like, what's the point in that? Because then 2 days later, you're going to end up making that money back, and then what was all those emotions for, you know? Swirling all over the place. At least that's how I think, you know? So again, I'm very happy with the money we made today. On the other accounts, just purely profitable. As you can see, we were just going for scalps on these, like this 50K account or this 50K account. This 100K account or the 50K account, last night when I was trading and I was linking up the accounts, I actually lost this one last night. One gold trade. So that's something we're going to have to talk about today as well. Again, add to the losses. Don't hide it. Don't hide that shit. Swear to God, you hide that shit, next week, you know what the universe is going to do? Pop, pop, pop. Now you gone with everything. Now you have nothing. Don't hide your losses. The universe is going to screw you. Just like how it did to me every time. Because of course I would try to do that in the beginning. Of course I wanted to seem like I was the best trader to all my friends and my family. Of course. 100% of course. I'm not going to lie to you. But that has to stop. That's not how you... So yes, I will be paying $100 just to reset this today. And then, yeah, this account, I'm trying to not lose it. We have $300 left. So I'm going to wait for 7 o'clock. And I don't know, I love these environments because this is so realistic, you know. This happens to everybody. So if I could be at a point where $300 more and my account is gone, let me show you guys at 7 o'clock how to turn this account into something profitable. When you barely have anything you could lose. I'm going to show you guys. We're going to do it. So make sure you guys tune into that later on. It's going to be really fun. The goal is to make $1,600 with these accounts, all of them. And then we're going to pay back. So we're going to pay for this account. It costs $100. And then on this account, we already made back $10K. So I lost $22K on Friday. We made back $10K today. All profit, no losses at all, because I'm not playing around. Over here was, you know, just one loss because unfortunately when we hopped in, the market just went to collapse out the sky. And that stuff happens. All you can do is laugh at it, you know? You can't get angry at that because that's an aggressive move. It's not normal. But we want to make sure that we can not let that stuff occur. So as you guys can see, 16K on Monday last week, 3K on Thursday. If you add that up, that's 19K. So let me ask you something. With this last 10K win, am I actually negative this week? And the answer is no. Actually, I'm not negative at all. Because, yeah, this cancels itself out right here. And then when I add this is all extra here. So, be real with yourself, you know? It cancels itself out. Why am I going to be emotional? Yes, I could do better. But the fact that this was the only loss we had, no losses this day. No losses this day. No losses at all this day besides the $2,000 loss here, right? All wins here. The loss was like right there, as you can see. And then you go back to the next day before that. Again, no losses on this day, right? All green. Go to the next day. We made 11,000. No losses this day as well. And as you can see, it's all profit. $30, $100, $50. But that's how I do. That's what I do. Just simple, you know, scalping. And I just do a lot of it. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it allows me to comfortably grow my accounts, you know. To the point where I'm touching money that I shouldn't be touching. But yeah. So, that's the awesome part about this, everybody. I love every single one of y'all. I hope y'all know this. Do you guys know how excited... Oh, I hope you can hear my fucking voice. You guys know how excited this shit makes me every single morning? When I wake up from bed, it's just like the Undertaker waking up, jumping off the bed, straight to the computer. Like, it's so much fun. I can't explain it to you guys. I don't get bored of it. I really don't. So, come on, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Everybody, I'm getting into a 683 call on the $1 million account. We got $9 in this trade. Boom, we bought the trade for $9. I want to sell this thing for $25. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and switch my account to the bigger account. And we're going to hop into another call play here. Market looks really bullish by number 5 right now. Usually when you're really bearish, you do not do what you're doing right now. Usually. From what I've seen, from what I've known, this looks like it's holding right now. So if it looks like it's holding, we're going to listen to it. We're going to hop into another call. We hopped into the 682s. We hopped to 683s, sorry. And then we hopped into 682s before that. So right now the 682s are $60. So I'm going to hop into 100 contracts right now. $5,700. I just got into everything right now. Market fill. Let me go ahead and post this onto the Discord now. I apologize for that, beast. Let me go ahead and post what we posted on Mumu here. Okay, so that's correct. Okay, so we got all of our plays. And then let's have some fun here. Oh my god, I can't wait. What's Spy gonna do? I can't wait. Is it gonna be another loss? Is it gonna be a W? Find out next time on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Come on, everybody. 15% up $800. Let's go check the cheap trade now. We're gonna let the expensive one just do its thing here. Okay, so for the cheap trade, we're up 27%, 30%. We bought it for 9, and right now we're at 13. So we're not going to touch it here. Just let it rock. Let me go ahead and make sure everything's posted to Discord. Okay, so this is trade number 3. And then, okay, so no. This is going to be number 4 here. Where's the NVIDIA trade? Let me see. Where's the picture I took? Where are you? I think I spent 3,000 on it. No, that was Intel. That was Intel. Where the hell is the SPY, the NVIDIA trade? Nah, yeah, we got 190s, but did I take a picture of it? I don't think I did, actually. Holy shit. Okay, let's let this rock. Let me switch my account again. Again, we're just going to hold this for now. If it goes down, it goes down, and we have more losses, we have more losses. We'll talk about it after. For now, we're just going to follow along with the idea. Set it and forget it type of thing. We're up $800, 15%. So, let me see something real quick. Let's put a stop loss here while we're up $800. So just in case if it falls to like 600, it could just sell us out. You know what I mean? 600 plus the last trade, which was 1,400. That's 2,000, and that right there is what we wanted. We just wanted to make sure we make 1,000 more than we lost, and as long as we're $1,000 green on the day, and we can make at least 1,000 per day, that's 20,000 per month, and that's a pretty insane number. So, you know, let's make that our baseline. Let's make sure we're comfortable with that, right? But yeah, how's everybody doing? What's everybody up to? Okay, so for the 686s, because I still have around $1,000 left inside this play, right here, everybody, we're going to take a loss on the 686s. We're going to sell them out right now. Even if the market is positioned to run up higher, again, we're going to sell out of the 686s now because they're basically $1 to $2. When they go to 0 to 1, we can't sell it no more. So we're going to have to take a $3,000 loss on that. Right, so that's $3K of a loss. We're gonna add it up after. Okay, so we sold it for $2. That was a perfect fill right there. Wow, they filled us so nicely right there. Thank God. That just gave us way more money. That's crazy. That just gave us 1,600 instead of 800. Okay, so we made 1,600 back minus 5,400. 1,600 minus that, that's 4,400. That's 3,800. And then right now, how much are we up? We're up $1,000. So we're up 20%. So logically speaking, because it's 341, we're not going to be able to buy again. So what we could do is, yeah, let's just say fuck it and claim profit here. So we don't have to have any losses at all today. So technically today is still green. All right, so I'm just going to claim profit here. An extra $1,000. We took a $3,000 loss from this first SPY trade. Intel, we made 1,000 earlier, 1,400. Then we made 400 or 500 from that second Intel play. So that's number 2. That's 2,000 in total. And then with this next SPY trade, the one we sold earlier, we sold it for 1,400. So again, added up, that's 2,400. That's 3,000. And then plus this trade right here, it's up $1,000. Boom. Everything is now profitable. No losses at all. That's what I'm talking about, everybody. This is the true war that we're presented with every single day. And this is extremely, extremely fun, if you can't tell. Because there's always going to be a moment where you don't know whether or not you're going to have to average down or the market's going to run up higher. So it's kind of like you're going off of what you could see that has happened. We're up $1,200 now. 21%. Again, I'm just going to claim profit here, everybody. I'm up a really nice amount. I'm really happy with this amount. I made back everything that I spent over the weekend when I was out. I paid for all my money, all my food. Not my money, but all my food. And yeah, after that point, I mean, pretty much there's nothing else we have to do. I mean, if you're thinking about buying something for yourself, like clothing or shoes or... I mean, yeah, of course you want to make sure you make that amount so you can take it out. But you have to write it down, right? Plan it. So again, I sold it right there. We took only $1,000 instead of 1,200 profit, which is okay. I was just looking for around 1,000. Right there, 1,000 makes me happy. You know, it makes me realize that boom, our baseline is still perfect. We had a loss, however, at least we ended up green today, everybody. So boom. What do you guys think about that? How do you guys feel about that? Are you guys happy with how that turned out? Do you see how valuable it is to just stay consistently with your head in the game? Don't get burnt out. Don't get, kind of like fed up with all the crazy action that's going on. Just have some fun. All this is about is just having fun, really, if you really think about it. Don't make it serious. Unless you're talking about your own account, because then, you lose your account, you die, pretty much. Right? So you got to be serious with that. I mean, technically you never die yet, but I mean, you don't want to keep going through these levels of thinking where you're just like, all right, I have an opportunity. I still have time. 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 Because then sooner or later, you ain't going to have no type of time. All right, everybody. So the 683 calls, I'm up 83% on them. I only spent $9, and right now they're all at $17. Just like that, everybody. That's how you also do a cheap trade. So we did an expensive trade. We did a cheap trade. I'm happy. All right, this is awesome. Shit, let's hop into another gold trade. Might as well. Let's have some fun here. What's going on over here? All right, short. I'm not even going to look at the chart. Short. That's what the body feels. Why? Because you're touching the similar highs, same highs as over here. So again, we just went short right there instinctively, automatically, subconsciously, just due to the fact that when I first opened up this chart, your body's highs over here. So how do I stop out? I'm going to stop out if you get above this level here. So I'm just going to take a $1,700 loss, and that's it. And then in terms of a win, what am I looking for? $400, $500. That's it. I'm already up $100. I'm up $300. Stop loss is set. Now I can't lose. It's too late for you. Up $300 now. Move my stop, my take profit, and my stop loss. Move my take profit and my stop loss. Move the stop loss. Move the stop loss. Sold out. Boom. $600 right there. Now let's go back. Let's play with SPY. I'm not done with you, SPY. Looks like you're just going to run up higher here. Give it some time, everybody. What time is it? 3:45. You got 15 minutes. Plus an extra 10 minutes. Yeah, this looks real good. One question, ladies and gentlemen. I have a question for every single one of you beautiful, amazing people that's currently watching right now. Ready for it? My question is, who's the best group in the world? Again, who's the best trading group in the world? There's no comparison. Don't even question it. Don't even, overthink it. What's the first group that comes to mind? What do you guys think? Let me hear it. Let me hear it. I want to hear it. I want the members and I want these individuals to understand it. So how do you individuals feel about this group? What we're creating here? What the plan is for the future? Right? How does it make you feel? Really? Define it. Let's talk about the hard stuff that most people don't really talk about, The stuff that's a little bit corny and you know what I mean? It's just like people don't want to really talk about it until the success is there. But we don't gotta wait for the success to be there to talk about it. Let's talk about it ahead of time. Let's plan for it. What do y'all think? You said looking forward to checking out your live tomorrow. You're awesome. Thank you, brother. That made my day. Honestly, that made my day. Thank you for that. That was awesome. That's shit. That's all I want to feel. I'll be honest with y'all. I just want to feel amazing every day. I just want to help you guys and try to mitigate losses. And then when we have a loss, fix it. Get to the bottom of it. Plan for the next couple of days. Be the best trading group in the world. Come on now. So many people popped up to the YouTube today. I am so surprised. We had 50 people, which was my record now. 50 people at one point. Like, what? That's crazy. Imagine having 50 people in a room. Yo, imagine having 50 people in a room. I kid you not. You like what? Plus the Discord, which is another 25 people. That's almost 100 people right there. Everybody making money. Everybody learning from their lessons and from their losses. Everybody's excited. Everybody got a big ass smile on their face. Come on now. Bless up. Yo, Mikey. Love you, brother. Come on, Mikey. We're waiting to see you in here. Show us you got what it takes. Show us you could dice up the market. You could chop up the charts. Show us you could follow along. Show these individuals and show these people who you are. Don't let them forget Mikey. Don't let them, just let that stuff go in the past. They need to know of Mikey the Great. They need to know who you are. I want the world to know who you are, as I do for every single one of my other students. I want the world to know who you are. Do you feel that? I don't want just me to know it. I don't want just your family to know it. I want people that we consistently come across in the future to understand that you guys did it. You did it. You did what was impossible at one point. You see? Why do I want people to know that about you? Because I want people to understand that every single one of you people, even if I don't know you in person, are fucking amazing. You show up every day. You try nonstop. Through the losses, through the wins, through the notes, through my annoying ass tone, through my blunt responses. You guys continue to show up. Come on now. I can't stop you. The world can't stop you. The universe can't stop you. It seems like you guys really want it, huh? So let's see. Let's see. Mikey said Hoover, take it easy with those SPX options. Right now I'm actually on the phone with Hoover. So Hoover, is there anything you want to say right now out loud to Mikey? You love him? He said love you, Mikey. You see right there? That's what I'm talking about. That's the type of tone we need here. Is when somebody says something about how you could do something better, you don't just fucking snap at them. This is your fucking family. Every single one of you needs to understand that. We are all family. Some of us don't have proper families, and you know what? Fuck it. Don't worry about it. I'm your family now. We're all family. But you guys got to respect each other. Every trade you get into, remember, if I get into a trade and I have a loss, Mikey's going to feel that. Culinary's going to feel that. Danny's going to feel that. Everybody's going to feel that. If Hoover gets into a loss, I feel that. Culinary feels that. If Cody gets into a loss, I feel that. You know what I mean? I feel it as if it's my loss. That's how serious I take this. And if you guys don't, you're not going to be on the same type of wavelength that I'm on. You're not going to have the same accomplishments. But if you can instill that same mindset in your body and in your bones, I know you guys are going to just fucking shoot past me. I know you are. So just instill the proper construct of a human. Like what can make a human the best in the world. And just try to attain that. That's it. That's all this is about. Really. So, Kasha! Yes, that is Mikey. That is correct, Kasha. That is Mikey. So, again, everybody, give me one moment here. We're not in any trades beside the really cheap $1 million trade that we're up 80% on. We keep going up 80%, 80%. Like right now, boom, we're already up again. So, we're just going to give this a moment here. I want to see if the market's going to run up a tiny bit higher, just above that purple line. And then we're going to sell everything. Remember, we do not have the more expensive contracts. We got rid of those. The only thing we do have is cheap contracts and NVIDIA. I kind of feel really nice with NVIDIA right now. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I feel like NVIDIA is going to turn into a crazy win tomorrow. It's going to be free profit, and then boom, we'll go from there. How's everybody on the Discord? I apologize if I've been a little quiet over here. I think you guys have understood that, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the YouTube, but somehow we had like 60 people here. And yeah, okay, XL signing out. The remaining plays turned out good. Excellent. Cody, how we doing, brother? Sherman, how we doing? Prime, how we doing? Ando, Frost, how we doing? I want to make sure you guys are straight, So let me know. By the way, the next person... Okay, so I told everybody the next person to get funded, I would give them a free membership for the whole month. Stefan did it. Elijah did it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I want more people to potentially have an opportunity to be in this Discord for free. So, again, one more time. I'm going to do it one more time. I already did it twice. For those two individuals. I'm gonna do it one more time. The next person to get funded from their prop firm account, I'm gonna give you a free 2 months. Not just one now, 2 now. The next person to get funded, again, I'm giving you a 2 months free completely. Straight off the table, just like that. If it's $5,000. If it's less than 5K, I'm only giving you 1 month. It gotta be the max payout. Y'all got that? Max payout, max payout, max payout. That's the only thing I care about is you guys getting to the top. I don't want none of that weak shit, $200, $300. Excuse my language. For some of the individuals here that's a little bit older, I apologize. It just makes me feel more, like blunt. And that's all I'm trying to sound. I just really want to sound blunt to you guys. Silo, you said you go through today's trades with you, please. You need to go through today's trades with me. So the only way you could really go through today's trades with me, honestly, is probably going to be through the Discord. Because honestly, I can't contact you any other way. But if you're on Moomoo, you could post it there and then I could reply to you there, yeah? That's fine, for free, right? Because again, I don't want you guys to have to feel like you need to force yourself to join this group. Remember, I don't want a lot of people in this group. I only want the best of the best of the best of the best. So everybody else, I want them on the YouTube because they're still amazing people. But it just means like they might not want to get to that higher level, you know? 'Cause some people want different things, point blank. And yeah, that's what I've noticed. So I'm creating an environment for everybody is the idea. Come on, Spy, shake and bake. Let's see what you got. 7 o'clock on the dot. No. All right, give me 1 second. We're up 130%, everybody. 160%. So again, now that I'm up 160%, I went ahead and turned $9 into... Oh, we're up 300%, sorry. 350, sorry. It just keeps moving. So I just turned $9 into $40, just like that, everybody. So I'm going to sell it here. 450%. Yeah, I'm getting out of it.
Holy shit. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, I literally just sold like 2 seconds before this happened.
Excellent. 600%. I sold for 600, almost 700%. So we turned $9 into $80.
Yo, this is fucking hilarious, bro.
Right? This shit is hilarious, right? This, oh my god, it's always ridiculous, bro. That's how the spy is.
It's like I knew it was gonna do this.
Let me see that in video. I want to see that in video real quick. By the way, everybody, I'm still on the phone with Hoover. You guys can still hear him. Let me see this trade. So the Nvidia trades, now they're up profitable. They're basically break even. Yeah, they're still shit for now. So we gotta wait for that tomorrow. But yeah, I'm so happy about that last trade. Oh my god, 600%? What the fuck? What the hell? That was ridiculous. 600% from that? How much of a run up is that? Because literally right here I was down. 682.70. Wow, just for a fucking dollar of you running up because you were consolidating? That's what I'm telling you guys. Like, these quick moves, that's why we got into that cheap option right there. That's why we held it.
5 minutes.
5 more. No, so we have 13 more minutes basically to trade. But we're not going to get into anything else. We're just going to sit here. We got them video calls. We just going to rock out and not do anything too aggressive.
Oh my gosh. Alright, chop. My brother.
You about to log off, Hoover?
I'm gonna take a little break.
All right, brother. All right. So remember what we talked about today? Um, Wait, my fault. Let me mute myself. I apologize. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. everybody just got off the phone. Okay, so point blank, let's go over all the losses. Let's do things one by one. We're then going to go over FOMC. We're then going to trade some gold. We made 10,800 today, so that's pretty nice. And then, yeah, that's pretty much all, everybody. Little by little. 600% gain at the end of the day. That's what I'm talking about. Come on now. Come on now. Who does it better? Like I said earlier, ladies and gentlemen, not me. Don't look at me. Do not look at me. If you say me, you're automatically wrong. This group, these people that is here, every single one of these individuals, Frost, Andold, Hoover, Prime, Sherman, no matter what names you see, no matter what students you see pop up, just recognize this is because of you guys. My success, my future, and my accomplishments were directly correlated to you amazing individuals watching me every single day and wanting to learn. It's directly correlated with you. Point blank. Why else would I be motivated to do all this, you know? I'm not going to lie to you and say that, oh yeah, I was always wanting to do this. No, hell no. I didn't want to teach people or do anything like this. I did not. I really did not, honestly. The only reason why it happened was because I started recognizing that, you know, you got to have something much more to live for, you know? You got to have meaning in life. It can't just be about fucking money. It can't. It has to be something that doesn't include money. It has to be something that's, you know what, you guys know what I'm saying. And yeah, that's the reason why we are the way we are. That's the reason why we talk the way we talk. That's the reason why we act the way we act. It's because we recognize in order for us to get to the world and the universe and the life that we're trying to build, you gotta speak like this. We gotta act like this. We gotta do stuff like this. That's all it is. So for every single one of you individuals who's currently still here in this group, who's currently still here on the YouTube, everybody left at this point. Now it's just like the last few crumbs of people. But let me make you understand something. To those individuals who are still here, I appreciate every single one of you. Just recognize that from the bottom of my heart. Even if some people talk shit, I don't give a fuck. Go talk shit as much as you want. My success will blast you out the park, and you're not gonna have nothing to talk about. So go talk. Go talk. I have nothing to tell you. That's how I talk. That's how I think. What am I gonna tell you? You know, you think I'm going to fail? You think I'm this type of a person when you didn't do your due diligence? I have nothing to explain to you. Do your thing. Rock out. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to rock out. Believe that. So we're all going to rock out. People talking shit. Me who's not talking shit. We're all going to rock out. You don't got to worry about that. But just keep talking shit. Keep doing what you think is right. Because I'm gonna show you what is right, and I'm gonna show you through the power of love, not pressing you or speaking crazy, but just through the power of love. I'm gonna show y'all how you're supposed to go about doing things and how you're supposed to talk to one another. Again, with the power of love, not because I had to do this. If you think I'm weak, you think I'm weak. I have nothing to prove to you. But if you want to learn, if you want to build an environment that's truly unstoppable, let's do it. Let's get to it. That's the only thing I care about right now. That's the only thing that has my time and my attention. Is building an environment that's going to change the future. Other than that, I don't got time to talk about nothing. Unless it's improving you. You see? Unless it's about improving you. Then we could talk about it. Then we could arrange some type of meetings and, situate things. But for now, fuck all that. We got to get to step one, which is recognizing every single one of you that's in this group has the potential to get to that damn level that you're waiting for, that you're wishing for, that you're aiming for. So plan it. Plan it. Plan it. Show me how good you guys could plan. Show me how good you guys could sell out of trades consistently 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. Show me what you could do. Prove to me why you're somebody that could be in this group. Prove it to me. Not to nobody else, not to your family, not to your friends, because they're not gonna fucking, think about you in a certain way. But me, I think of you guys like you are kings, like you're queens. Truly. I think of you more of a king and queen than I am. In fact, I am the king and queen maker. I will make the kings and queens. They will organize structure. So that's how I think. Let's get this going. Let's get it working. Let's have some fun. Let's make sure that we arrange proper structure when need be. Let's make sure we change and we understand our activities in terms of the decisions we make. What do we buy? What do we sell? When do we sell it? Why do we buy it? Why do we average down? All these different variables. And that's all. That's all this is. That's all this trading game ever was meant to be. Remember, it's controlled by stupid ass computers, which were arranged and formulated by, a few people, few humans. So 90% of all trading activity is all computers. It's all stupid ass computers that have no idea what's going on. People don't even use buys and sells. They use computers. That's the reason why there's so many patterns that we can catch on to. Because again, the computers, they're built a little stupid. Point blank. I'm talking all this shit now, but when you have supercomputers, it's not going to be no joke no more. Honestly, we're going to have a very tough time trading in the next 10 years. But for now, before those supercomputers come out, you guys got to go crazy. I'm telling you guys, go crazy, go wild. Because when those supercomputers come out in the next 5 to 10 years, it's over. You're going to have to relearn everything. So before that happens, everybody, let's try to see if we can prevent it. And then if it happens, we'll learn it. We'll get better. It'll take us just a month to learn the next market. Even if it's a supercomputer trading back and forth. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, everybody. I love you guys. You ladies and gentlemen, I love every single one of you. Like a brother and sister. Like we're family. So we're going to go over the losses in the next little live. We're going to end this one. The last trade that we got was 600%. Then we got a 60%. Then we got a 40%. And then the